Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. I thought it's a bit warm and not chilly, that we have a bit more energy, right? Thank you so much for honoring the invite. Thank you so much for coming through to this very powerful, impactful launch, which is talking about not just food security, but how we also get to respect the environment, especially in such a time that many of us have complained about discarding your duvets and everything because of, I won't call it heat, I will call it warmth, right? So doing agriculture the right way, how we can have a circular system, how we can be able to do agriculture which protects the environment and the soil systems and the ecosystem all together. So we'll be starting off in not too long from now. I'm just kindly requesting that those who are seated at the back, with the exception of the front tables that could be booked out, if you do have an empty seat in front of you or a table that is in front of you that is empty, please, I'm kindly requesting. I know some of us are perpetual backbenchers, like myself. When I get to a room, I want to be at the back at some particular point in time. But please, I do request that you draw a little bit closer for the aesthetics, and because we do have the cameras, so that whoever comes a little later on can be able to occupy the back seat. Kindly requesting that we just draw a little bit closer to the front, especially if you have a free seat, a free table in front of you. Thank you so much, and we should be starting off in a few minutes. Let's have the cultural troupe give us some accompaniment.
Mama tanga mabulunji twabala musafe nawe twalaba abagenyi twabala musafe ngamba twabala musafe nawe twalaba abagenyi ngamba twabala musafe nawe twalaba abagenyi ngamba musafe ndabina wana ndabina wabange Mama ndabira wabalungi naitani ndabira wabange ndabira wa mama ndabira wabange ndabira wata tata naya ndabira wabange ndabira wabana ndabira wasebo ndabira wabana mama ndabira wabange mama ndabira wabana naitani ndabira wabange ndabira wabana ndabira wa mama ngamba ndabira wabafe ndabira wa baba ngamba ndabira wasebo nyimba njagana ndabira wabana ndabira wasebo ndabira wabana kujagana njagana mu ludda lw'abakulu nakola ntya naye okuzaala kujagana eddala okuzaala kujagana ennyaba okuzaala kujagana kujagana njagana mu ludda lw'abakulu nakola ntya naye okuzaala kujagana eddala okuzaala kujagana kujagana njagana mu ludda lw'abakulu nakola ntya naye okuzaala kujagana okuzaala kujagana nyaba okuzaala kujagana kujagana njaganye nze nakola ntya naye kale ndigenda nanjagala ddala okuzaala kujagana kujagana njagana mu ludda lw'abakulu nakola ntya naye okuzaala kujagana ddala okuzaala kujagana 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 njagana mu ludda lw'abakulu nakola ntya naye okuzaala kujagana ddala okuzaala kujagana olololo nyaba okuzaala kujagana kujagana ebigambo binsemerize nalyana samba samba tugende mune ambo binsemerize nalyana osamba samba tugende mune ambo binsemerire nalyana osamba samba tugende do gambo binsemerize nalyana osamba samba tugende mune ambo binsemerire nalyana abobugomo gambira otadora ambo binsemerire nalyana nyamunkurenta mabwine binsemerize nalyana osamba samba tugende mune ambo binsemerire nalyana osamba samba tugende osamba samba tugende ine nalyana osamba samba tugende gambo binsemerize nalyana osamba samba tugende binsemerize nalyana esamba samba tugende ebigambo binsemerize nalyana osamba samba tugende muno ambo binsemerize nalyana osamba samba tugende ambo binsemerize nalyana osamba samba tugende ambo binsemerize nalyana osamba samba tugende ambo binsemerire nalyana osamba samba tugende ambo binsemerize nalyana osamba samba tugende ambo binsemerize nalyana osamba samba tugende ambo binsemerire nalyana osamba samba tugende semerine nalyana osamba samba tugende ambo semerine nalyana nyamunkurenta mabwene ambo semerine nalyana osamba samba tugende ambo semerine nalyana nyamunkurenta mabwene ambo semerine nalyana osamba samba tugende ambo semerine nalyana osamba samba tugende bigambo bisemerine nalyana osamba samba tugende ambo bisemerine nalyana osamba samba tugende bigambo bisemerine nalyana osamba samba tugende bigambo bisemerize nalyana osamba samba tugende bigambo bisemerize nalyana samba tugende ebigambo bisemerire nalyana samba samba tugende bigambo bisemerize nalyana samba samba tugende bigambo bisemerize nalyana osamba samba tugende bigambo bisemerize nalyana nyamunkurenta mabweni bisemerize nalyana samba samba tugende ambo bisemerize nalyana nyamunkurenta mabweni bisemerize nalyana osamba samba tugende bigambo bisemerize nalyana samba tugende ebigambo bisemerize nalyana osamba samba tugende ebigambo bisemerize nalyana osamba samba tugende bigambo bisemerize nalyana mutya muno dora yowe ha musambe samba tugende dora yowe dora iyo bwire no butakaire mukago yowe dora iyo bwire no butakaire mukago yowe dora musambe samba tugende mukago yowe dora musambe samba tugende dora yowe dora iyo bwire wire n'obutakaire mukago iwe aiwe dora musambe samba tugende dora iwe aiwe dora wire n'obutakaire mukago iwe aiwe dora musambe samba tugende mukago iwe aiwe dora wire n'obutakaire dora iwe aiwe dora musambe samba tugende dora iwe dora wire n'obutakaire mukago iwe dora
Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. I know after coffee you'll respond to my good morning. Good morning to you. I know we could be a little bit busy on the phones. They keep us the most busy. It's called social media, but sometimes it ends up being antisocial. Have you seen people at a date somewhere in a hotel or whatever seated, and each of them is actually on a phone, but they're seated two on the table, and you imagine whether they can't actually talk to each other or they are texting on the phone? That is how much of a relationship we've established with the phones that we do have. But I want to say a special thank you to all of you for sparing time. Such a busy season. It's a Tuesday, quite early in the week, but for coming through for this particular conversation, which is about building resilient food systems. We currently know that even during this rainy season, I don't know whether many of you received the rain as had been expected. The seasons are changing. We're talking about climate change, and because of that, and because more than 68% of Ugandans are actually directly engaged in the agricultural systems, it's very important that we look at agricultural value chains or systems that do not deplete the resources that already are existent. The soils, we've already started having reports of soil fertility going low, and yet when you look at the rate of usage of fertilizers for Uganda's economy particularly, it's still also extremely very low, but the practices that the farmers are using is what is causing the biggest problem. Of course, coupled with a global conversation around climate change. And this is the reason why this particular conversation is doing an interlock between the use of renewable energy as well as our agricultural systems as we look at food security at the end of the day. When we look at our country, we are really endowed when it comes to having enough arable land, but unfortunately, we are not producing as much as we should be because of the way that we practice our agriculture. And yet, when we get to look at even Uganda's bigger dream of the 10-fold growth agenda, agro-industrialization is one of the biggest and most important sectors that we are going to be using. So we're going to be starting in just a bit, but for now, I think we should be ready to grab a cup of tea or coffee outside. We're going to be having a working breakfast. Feel free to pick your cup of coffee or tea and get back, and when our guest of honor does arrive, we'll be shooting directly to start our program immediately. But as is right now, as you continue chatting, becoming social on the phone, please allow to join us for breakfast, and we'll be picking it up from there. Thank you so much. Well, sorry, there is a bit of a slight change. Our tea is getting set up entirely, but we would kindly request to use a bit of this time for the exhibition that is right outside. When the tea is finally done, we will be able to have a working breakfast so we can save off on time because we've lost a few minutes from the time that we had to start off. But please utilize this moment because immediately we start our program, we are going to move marathon, I would say. We'll be moving marathon all the way to lunchtime, and it's quite unlikely that most of us will pay attention to the exhibition booths when lunch is ready to be served. So kindly allow to use a bit of this time to look at the energy that has been invested in some of the conversations around the booths and exhibitions, as well as the technologies that are coming through, especially in relation to the conversation that we are having today. So let's take off a few minutes right now and pay attention to our booths, but I will give a call for us to get back to officially be able to start, and we will move not at a snail speed, but I think it will be cheetah speed for us to be able to cover up for the lost time. Thank you so much. All right, once again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning once again. It is African to respond even when the morning is not good. Because we're used to the default greeting of good morning. But I hope that you are all well. If you're not, at least for the Christians, even the Bible says, let the weak say, I am strong. Okay? Let the blind say, I can see. So we're using that energy to be able to officially start us off. Welcome to the launch for the Power for Food Partnership, particularly Uganda. Some of our East African counterparts have already had this launched. And like I said earlier on, our conversation is really about building food security systems that are resilient, especially because of the time and because of the practices that are currently available. There is abundance of options for renewable energy when it comes to Uganda, but unfortunately, there is a lot of energy poverty in the country. And those will be key areas and aspects for us to be able to pay attention to. I do welcome our chief guest, Commissioner Julius Twinamasko, who is representing Honorable Fred Bwino Chakulaga, who is the State Minister for Agriculture. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm kindly going to request that we all stand and take the anthems. That's the Ugandan anthem and the East African anthem. We'll do a stanza each, and that will officially mark the start of our event today. Ladies and gentlemen, let's all rise and take the anthems. Let's now humble ourselves for a prayer. Dear God, we thank you for this time. We thank you for the breath of life, and we thank you for bringing us together. We pray that you will be in our midst, just like your word promises, that where 2 or 3 are gathered in your name, there you shall be. That whatever we are going to discuss and deliberate upon today shall not end at just talking, but will be implemented for the betterment of our country, for the betterment of the people and our food systems. In your name we have prayed. We may get seated, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, I would like to welcome you to this very important occasion. We're talking about food, and I believe that each of us has at least had something to eat in the last 24 hours. I may not say in the last few hours since the morning daybreak, because some of us may be fasting, so I do not want to insinuate. My name is Mildred Tuhaise. I am a journalist, but above all a farmer, and I pride in being a farmer because we are all alive because of farming. If you doubt it, you may not have clothes because that cotton, silk, all comes from farming. If you doubt it, the air that you breathe right now is coming from plants. So that is all farming at the end of the day. And so agriculture is such an important aspect. On sign language interpretation, we'll have Morongi Mebo to cater for our brothers who are differently abled, our brothers and sisters. And this is because while we're talking about agriculture, while we're talking about food systems, it all has to be inclusive. just as it is for the Sustainable Development Goals. And now that we are talking about agriculture, that we are talking about food systems, quite more than 3/4 of all the Sustainable Development Goals point to that, be it life on water, life underwater, life on the land, whether we are talking about energy systems, whether we are talking about zero poverty. These directly speak to those. As I earlier did mention, a great percentage of Ugandans are actually in the agricultural sector, both directly and indirectly, more than 68% of the population. And the Power for Food Partnership is a very vital one because it is an opportunity to be able to link sustainable agricultural practices together with renewable energy solutions. And together this creates an integrated system that not only restores and or preserves, but also preserves natural resources that we are talking about, if it's land, if it's water, if it's ecosystems that we are talking about. It is focused mainly about transforming us in terms of our agri-food systems by integrating regenerative agriculture that we are talking about here with productive renewable energy use. Why regenerative agriculture? Because at the heart of regenerative agriculture, we talk about practices that will enhance health, will enhance soil fertility, at the end of the day, the biodiversity, the ecosystems. We just don't do agriculture for productivity without looking at what the future will hold. But we do it knowing that that land, the ecosystem that does exist, will need to be existent if we will be able to produce for the future. Regenerative agriculture would also be looking at climate resilience. We all are dressed a certain way because we anticipate it might be extremely hot. If it was cold, we would probably have our jackets on at the end of the day. This is all because we've had a change in the environment just because of how we've either respected or disrespected the environment. I normally get to say that the environment can live without us, but we can't live without the environment. And also talking about renewable energy, because we know just how much fossil fuels, for example, have impacted our environment. And therefore, we need to look at other sources of energy. Number one, to deal with the energy poverty in the country, but also to be able to deal with the most important aspect, that is our environment and our ecosystem. So it's a very timely conversation, a very timely discussion, especially that COP30 just ended, and we are still talking about how Africa and the global south is actually impacted by what has happened before and how we need to be responsible with how we carry on. And without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, to be able to usher us in and set the pace and tone for us, allow me invite Peace Kansime, from SNV, the sector lead for energy. And I particularly want to say a special thank you to IKEA, our funders, and SNV for thinking deeper into a sector that encompasses all of us. It leaves no one behind. It encompasses each and every one of us. Peace Kansime, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome her with a round of applause because she will also be representing our country director who is not able to be with us here. Welcome, Peace. Oh, sure.
Beautiful. Thank you, Mildred, and thank you, everyone. It's such a beautiful morning. And I am very, very excited to be speaking to you on behalf of SNV in two different capacities this morning, but I'll quickly explain why. I'll start in my capacity that you understand, that you know me as. I am Peace Kansime. I am the energy sector leader at SNV. I have worked with, I think, almost all of you. Carlos is looking at me and wondering, yes, I have, because I've worked with SNV for more than 15 years. So I speak with a lot of passion about what we do as SNV. I speak with a lot of pride of what we have been able to achieve together with you as SNV. but later we'll deliver greetings and also deliver the speech from our country director, who is very unhappy that she's not able to be here today. She really had planned, but she is unwell. She got food poisoning, and she's actually very unwell, but I know she is participating online. I can't see. You see, 15 years, you have certainly grown old. Those are some of the challenges of climate change on eyes. All right, welcome once again to this beautiful, beautiful launch of one of our good other projects that we are implementing at SNV. Mildred has been very kind to me to observe the protocol, so I'll speak with the protocol observed. I want to welcome our distinguished guests, particularly from government ministries, civil society, development partners, private sector, farmer organizations, and the fourth estate that are here to be with us as we launch the Powerful Food Partnership Program that is implemented in SNV and other countries, as you will hear later. I particularly want to say thank you to our mother ministries. This is Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industries and Fisheries, represented by our commissioner who is here with us today, and also Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. I want to particularly also thank the district leadership where action happens. This program, as you will hear from Carlos later, is working in over 15 countries, over 15 districts across Uganda, and we work with the DLG who really help us reach the grassroots. I cannot leave out our development partners, for if you think that you can do it alone, then you're lying. And that's why at SNV we emphasize collaboration. You cannot do it alone. I want to recognize all the development partners that are in this room that have come to be with us on this particular day. Thank you so, so much. What do we stand for as the energy sector in Uganda? Across Uganda, we see firsthand how gaps access to reliable, affordable, and clean energy continue to affect agricultural productivity. Many farmers still rely on rain-fed production, cooperatives struggle with drying, storage, agribusinesses face interruptions that reduce competitiveness. I have seen a number of the agribusinesses here. We have worked with them in some of our other parent projects that we have at SNV. And this is it's a living program that is going to touch on those two. Unlike many projects that we have done at SNV, you will find a project that is focused on agri-food, you'll find a project that speaks agriculture, but particularly Powerful Food brings the nexus in between. As the SNV energy sector, our work focuses on advancing decentralized renewable energy, strengthening productive use of energy markets, and enabling local companies, financiers, youth entrepreneurs to deliver sustainable solutions in rural economies. And I think that's a bit strong and deep, and that's what defines our work as SNV energy sector. I told you I'll speak as the sector leader, and then I'll speak as the country director, representing our country director. This particular program positions SNV and all of us because the realities we observe on the ground, initiatives that initially link agriculture and renewable energy are timely and necessary for Uganda. You heard it from Mildred that things have changed. You dressed because today it might be hot, but it can actually rain later. So occasionally we are seeing these happening to us, and we need to act and act only now. We love this program because it cuts across a lot of themes. For example, inclusion of women and youth. For example, local market development, climate and economic resilience, and for us, if you're going to approach any donor and everybody else, you need to be speaking collaboratively. You need to be bringing solutions that cut across. And particularly for Power for Food, we are happy that this program is bringing such cross-cutting priorities, and that speaks to the dear of many of our donors. What remains clear is that Uganda's progress in energy-enabled agriculture requires coordination across government, civil society, private sector, financial institutions, and farmer organizations. And I am glad that all these are represented in this room, and they have come to be with us. And Carlos, as he speaks into the nitty-gritties of Power for Food, you will realize that this is one of those programs where we intentionally, right from the start, are working with a number of other actors, that it cannot be done alone at SNV as an organization. That was the sector leader of SNV Uganda. I'm not going to have a break, considering we started late. So allow me now deliver a speech of the country director, and I transition from being the sector leader to the acting CD for SNV Uganda. Our country director is called Megan Ritchie. She, as I explained at the beginning, she would have loved to be here, but because of ill health, she cannot be with us. But good enough, this program is streaming live, so I'm sure that where she is watching us as we deliberate, as we launch the Power for Food program in Uganda. Good morning, colleagues, partners, distinguished guests. On behalf of SNV, it's an honor to welcome you to the launch of the Power for Food Partnership in Uganda. We deeply appreciate the presence of government leaders, development partners, civil society, the private sector, financial institutions, and our partners from across the regions. Your participation reflects a shared commitment to strengthening Uganda's food system and advancing inclusive, resilient, and sustainable rural development. Power for Food is a 5-year multi-country partnership implemented by SNV and supported by the IKEA Foundation. Uganda is one of the 4 focus countries alongside Ethiopia, Rwanda, and Kenya, working together to accelerate regenerative energy-powered food systems. This regional lens gives Uganda access to cross-country learning, innovation, and scaling potential while tailoring solutions to national priorities. Agriculture contributes nearly a quarter of Uganda's GDP and remains the backbone of employment, but productivity is constrained by soil degradation, biodiversity loss, climate shocks, high post-harvest losses, and limited access to energy-enabled services such as irrigation, cooling, drying, and processing. At the same time, Uganda hosts one of the world's largest communities of organic and regenerative farmers, an extraordinary comparative advantage as global markets increasingly demand sustainable, high-value products. Across Africa, and here in Uganda, the agriculture and energy sectors have often worked in parallel, rather than together. Power for Food exists to intentionally bridge these systems. By linking regenerative agriculture with productive use, renewable energy, we catalyze adoption at scale through partnership, so farmers and SMEs can increase productivity, resilience, and incomes. You would wonder why SNV and the other partners, and also the ICARE Foundation, was really intentional on funding RA and Pure Nexus. What is it that we are getting out of this? Why not continue doing programming as we have always done? The reasons are glaring and very clear and very visible. When soils are restored and landscapes regenerated, and when energy powers irrigation, storage, and value addition, we unlock higher productivity, reduced losses, stable quality, stronger farmer incomes, and predictable bankable demand for clean energy. This creates a vicious cycle benefiting households, creating markets, and protecting the environment. So regenerative agriculture and renewable energy become very evident as one of those that will provide very clear solutions to what we are looking for. SNV, as an organization, focuses on what we call systems transformation. Now, systems transformation is that we do not want to come in and run out. We are really looking at transforming the sectors. We are really looking at long term. And Power for Food adapts a systems transformation lens consistent with our SNV strategy that we are currently implementing. We look at policies, we look at practices, we look at relationships, incentives, resource flows, and social norms, not just individual technologies or activities. And I think all our development partners, all of us, should be really focusing on looking at implementation in a transformative manner so that the change we create is sustainable and can stay even when all these programs have ended. This approach is essential to shifting how markets function and how opportunities reach women, youth, SMEs, and farmer organizations. Power for Food is one of those programs that puts gender and youth inclusion at its center, at its heart. Women and youth people are part of Uganda's food and energy systems. Power for Food prioritizes youth entrepreneurship, women-led farmer groups, and SMEs, and inclusive business models. And this is in line with the systems transformational lens that SNV uses as an approach. We are proud, and we pride in ensuring that what we do at SNV together with our partners has a strong alignment with government priorities. Particularly, I'm speaking about Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development and Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industries, and Fisheries. How do we align, or how is this particular program aligned to the priorities of these two parent ministries that govern, or where we are seated, or where we are rooted as this program at SNV? The program directly supports MAIF priorities under agro-industrialization program, climate smart production, post-harvest reduction, value addition, and strengthening farmer organizations. It reinforces commitments under the National Organic Agriculture Policy and contributes to Uganda's positioning in high-value, regenerative, and organic markets. So that's a our direct priority, or how we directly work with the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industries, and Fisheries. At Ministry of Energy, because this is a cross-cutting program, a nexus program, the program aligns very well with MEMD's agenda to expand productive use of renewable access, increase utilization of off-grid systems, and strengthen the role of regenerative agriculture in agro-industrialization. Agriculture provides the predictable energy demands that make rural energy investment viable. So directly, this is how this program links with MAIF and MEMD, which are our parent ministries that we report to directly or who are directly support us or oversee the implementation of Power for Food program. Power for Food employs a different approach, not typical of many of the way we work at SNV. Many of you will attest to this, that we have been with you since 2024 at the beginning in a co-creation, in a number of co-creation workshops. So Power for Food is not a top-down. Power for Food employs a co-creation approach. We build on strong partnership, and our initial 10 strategic partners, this is MEMD, MAIF, NARO, USEA, NREP, NOGAMU, PELAM, AXA, ACME, CRIC, are not passive implementers. They are co-designers of Uganda's RE and Pure pathway. And for us at SNV, we thought this inclusive model would strengthen ownership, accountability, and long-term sustainability. And I think you do agree. We are 15 partners implementing. So certainly, all of you to be able to agree, you bring a bigger impact than if SNV was doing this alone. But most importantly is that we are equal implementers in this program. Of course, SNV in the lead, but this was a co-creation workshop, programming, which is really very different from how we do programming in most of our work. Power for Food works in 15 districts across the country, and we want to thank the district leadership for the support that they have provided us so far. And these districts act as our key anchors for local implementation, farmer support, and long-term uptake of regenerative and energy-enabled practices. The leadership of the district administration, agriculture, and energy officers and district structures is essential in translating this partnership into local impact. That's why we said that the real action happens at the DLG level. In a way of concluding, what is my call to action? Today is more than a launch. It's an invitation to ministries, an invitation to districts, an invitation to cooperatives, energy providers, agribusinesses, financial institutions, and development partners to work together in the new way that we have defined. Uganda has the talent, Uganda has the leadership, and the comparative advantage to lead Africa in RA and pure innovation. On behalf of SNV, I extend our deep appreciation to all government counterparts, our implementing partners, and to IKEA Foundation for funding this program. Uganda stands at a pivotal moment by bringing together regenerative agriculture and renewable energy-powered productivity. We can redefine what resilient and inclusive rural development looks like. Thank you so much, and we look forward to working together in transforming our societies. On behalf of the Country Director, SNV Uganda, I beg to submit and welcome once again.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a bigger round of applause to Peace, who's not only addressed us as the SNV Sector Lead Energy, but also as our country director today. And I also want to extend special appreciation to ICARE for ensuring that you power this to make sure that we do have it come to pass. And of course, to all our partners, the different ministries, because this cannot be done by just one ministry, but we need concerted effort. And I love that as is, the government is adopting to work together as opposed to sector approach. The government is looking at a program-based approach in terms of planning. So as we talk about food, the Ministry of Water comes together with the Ministry of Agriculture and several other ministries to ensure the Ministry of Local Government, because we are targeting the grassroots persons. Peace talked about the inclusion of women and youth. I mean, if there is any program that is going to leave out 43% of the population, those are the women, and leave out more than 80% of the people who are 30 and below, sometimes I normally get to ask, think about your age and think about how distant you are from age 30. That is how far you are from the bigger population of the country. But also, just to affirm, age is just a number. And like the president says, he's a former youth. So we can all be called former youth if you're not in that age bracket, yeah? Remind yourselves that you are former youth and we get moving. But it's very important that we talk about this conversation coming after the launch of the Climate Country Development Report for Uganda, which actually does not give us very good statistics. I did attend the event. I was humbled to be part of that event. But if we're going to lose about 3.1% of our GDP by 2050, if we do not address climate-related risks, if we are going to lose productivity of our labor by up to 2.4%, this might look very small figures until reality does get to hit. If we are going to have over 2 million people internally displaced because of climate risks, I think this is the time for us to wake up and not wait for those things to come, but be able to act right now. And that is why conversations like Power for Food today are very, very important, because we need the food, we need the people to be living, but also because we know our economy to a greater percentage is dependent on agriculture, and we need to involve each and everyone. And you know what's most interesting? That globally, Uganda is the 14th most vulnerable country to climate change or climate risks. 14th. But we are 163rd when it comes to climate readiness. That means we know the risk, we see it, but we haven't been able to put in place systems that will be able to absorb the shocks. So these statistics are not just numbers, but they should be a reminder to how exactly we should pay attention to conversations about climate change and the environment. I'm saying this as I get to invite the Power for Food Partnership lead in Uganda, none other than Carlos Wesu. Ladies and gentlemen, give him a big round of applause, because if we've been asking what Power for Food is about, what it entails, how it's going to work through, Carlos is here to give us exactly that. So attention, maximum attention at this point in time. Carlos, you're welcome.
Thank you so much, Mildred, for the pressure as well. You know, she created a kind of pressure to me. So the protocol observed. Let me do some deviation about the protocol. Before to start with the protocol, I want to ask to all of you, how are you? If you are okay, can you please raise your hand? Commissioner, thank you. You're fine. Thank you so much. I think the name is Power for Food, right? And we need energy. And I realized that many of us, we took some food. Is that correct? Yeah? So we have energy. Do we have? Do we have energy? Yes. Thank you so much. Sorry, I'm not sure if it is too loud, because I just born with a speaker in my throat. So I'm very, very loud person. Thank you so much again to our colleagues from MAIF, Commissioner Julius. Thank you so much for the men participation as well. Engineer Elizabeth, Esther, Fiona Tech is around, other colleagues from MEM. I really want to appreciate as well the Ministry of Water, Engineer Dominic is around, Ministry of Trade. We really want to say also thanks to Ministry of Local Government, to the district authorities, private sector, MFIs, service providers from energy, renewable agriculture, the partners of Power for Food. I really want to say thanks a lot, because around us, we have farmers from different districts, entrepreneurs, agro-businesses. And the idea of today is really connect each other. So I'm really happy to be part of this, movement, to create some traction today, to talk about the nexus of agriculture, agri-food systems, and energy. So thank you to all of you. Thank you for also the women and youth leader organization that are with us today, that are linked to the agriculture sector or agri-food sector. I don't want to repeat what Mildred and Peace World presented today about how important is agri-food system for Uganda. But I'm here on behalf of the Power for Food Partnership. I'm not here on behalf of SMV. I'm here to talk about the program and the partners. So don't look at me just as Carlos from SMV. I'm talking here on behalf of the partnership. By the way, just a small parenthesis, I'm very happy to be here in Uganda. I just moved 8 months ago, and I love it. And it's true, I love it. And I really like that I'm eating well. This is just between you and us. I have 8 months, and the food, I have been eating organic food, and the nutrition is so high. But also because I mix all this cassava with pilau, with matoke, with beans. So I will show you something. I know that this is being a recording, but I want to show you that today in the morning, I was fighting to feed this. And it's because I'm well nutrited. The food is fantastic. So I think that's one of the areas that we really want to support in Uganda. How can we really tap onto the agri-food system, with enabling with different areas, including energy, to power the agri-food sector with energy. So I talk a lot, so I will try to follow the time. Mildred, you will help me, right? Because I'm a Latino, I'm from the Caribbean. I look like a Muzungu, I know. But I'm from one country called Honduras, very far away, in the Caribbean area in Central America, just below Mexico, nearby to Jamaica, Cuba, Haiti, Dominican Republic. So I'm coming from that area. For sure, I miss my family, but now I found a new family in Uganda. So let me jump to my presentation, actually the Power for Food Partnership presentation. So we will mention some areas of the presentation. So I will not go to the details of the global challenges. I think we already know about the global challenges, and I will not go through that specific and very detailed boxes there. But I think it's very important to realize that the main challenges that we have at the global level is the climate change, biodiversity loss, security, reducing the food security. So we have commonalities in Africa, including Latin America. So we really want to, through this program, to bring together all of us to contribute to improve or to address these different challenges. So I will not tap on these global challenges, but some of them are contextualized to Uganda. So I really want to talk about those ones that are related to Uganda. So Power for Food is a program, and why we want to work in partnership is because we realize that we cannot contribute or make a big change alone. And I'm happy to see all of you around here, which means that we have a shared common vision to really improve the agri-food system and the energy system as well. So one of the challenges you can see as a challenge, but we can see also as an opportunity to improve. So one of the challenges is the declining the food security. Yeah, so we talk about the yield production, how it's falling between 20 and 30%. Yeah. Also, we can see that we have some challenges after the post-harvest, and we lose a lot of food during the post-harvest, and this around 30-50%. Yeah, we have that challenge. Then we notice that there is an increase on biodiversity loss, and sometimes the people, or we as a people, we just see percentage and figures. And when someone comes to us and say, you know what, we are losing forest in Uganda, and they say 1.4%. And then someone can say, you know what, it's just 1%. But that 1% in 2024 is around 40,000 hectares of land. If we see the last 10 years, unfortunately, we lose biodiversity, and that's in that decade or 10 years, it was 1.1 million hectares. So if you see there is a trendy, so we need to do something together about it. And when we see the main drivers why we are losing this biodiversity, is related to agricultural expansion, which is agri-food systems, and also the demand of bioenergy, which is bioenergy mainly, yeah, firewood and others, which is still around 89-90% of the demand at rural areas. And then we have also the climate change. And when we talk about climate change, it's not only the climate change, it's climate vulnerability. And in Uganda, we are ranked, sorry to use we, but I feel part of it. It's true. We are top 15 rank. So we don't want to be 15, right? So that's something that we really want to work. And then when we see the GHG emissions, from where comes these emissions, it comes from agriculture and it comes from energy. So it means that and it's a cycle. If you see the three challenges, this is a cycle. So we need to work together to contribute to this. As I mentioned before, we cannot do it alone. So because of that, all of us, we are here together. So when we talk about the challenges, and then we jump to the program itself, it's already mentioned by Mildred, but also by Peace. The program is supported by IKEA Foundation, which is important, and also thank you, Peace, to give me the space to speak more about where the program is implemented. It's implemented in Uganda, Ethiopia, Rwanda, and Kenya. So that deserves applause for sure, yeah, because it's not only Uganda, we're talking about East Africa. So please, let's clap, because it will be a lot of opportunities to exchange and to learn from the different countries. Actually, I want to stop here because we have a guest that just come to the Power for Food Lounge from Kenya, and I really want to say thank you to Gloria from Gogla. She traveled all around from Kenya to support us because Gogla is also part of the partnership and is supporting a lot also Uganda with the studies as an assessment about agriculture or agri-food and also energy. So this is for sure the Power for Food. Our vision is to achieve, and is part of the logo, renewable, regenerative, and resilient food systems where all of us and all the people have equitable opportunities to thrive sustainability, right? And then for sure this program starts this year, and then it will end on 2029. It's a 5 years program, and I hope that we will continue working together for these 5 years and beyond as a partnership. So the power of a food, we believe in three main things, which is catalyzed partnership. As I mentioned before, we don't believe that SMV can do it alone. Actually, for power of a food, the role of SMV, what we envisioning is SMV as a facilitator and SMV as a convener. And then we work with all of you, yeah, to really contribute to this system transformation capacities and transform. We really have a focus, as Peace mentioned, to transform the agri-food system. So to transform, is the approach is not a value chain approach, it's a system approach. It's not only about market, it's not only about technology driving, it's not about practice. I mean, it's about different dimensions where we really want to tap together with all of you to contribute to a system transformation. Which is important for us as well is when we talk about catalyzed partnership, it's about to amplify the work of the different stakeholders or the actors in the ecosystem. Why is that? Because all the different organizations are doing something in the energy or the agri-food arena. So if we are able to work together and amplify your work, then we will really contribute to the system transformation. And maybe so far, it seems that I can see your faces, and after to talk about the challenges, it seems like you are like, oh, this Carlos is talking about the challenges. But you know what? There are very good news as well in Uganda. And I think we will clap after to mention this. Uganda is the second top 2 in organic production worldwide. Just behind India. And why is that? It's because all of you, farmers, organization farmers, programs, NGOs, government, district authorities, is because of you that we are ranked, sorry again for saying we are ranked number 2 on organic production. So how can we scale up that? How can we enable all this production with productive use of renewable energy? So we have very good news. These are the values of the partnership. Equity. Each partner brings a vital contribution. That's what we believe is in our DNA as a program. Transparency, openness, and honesty. I think we need to also, with these values, we will be able to create trust. Yeah, when we talk about movement, when we talk about work together, trust it matters. So I think transparency is a key value for us, and then also share purpose or to have a common vision. So we really embrace these values with all the partners for Power for Food. I already mentioned the roles about RIM and the Pure Movement. We want to co-create and amplify, apply solutions, contribute to learning, align efforts, champion the movement, support the scale. If you see all of these roles, it's about roles of among us. It's not about SMV, it's among us. How can we really support the transformation of the agri-food and energy? Then the people always ask why regenerative agriculture, productive use of renewable energy. So, and before I was talking about to amplify the work. So the partnership, the program, we look 2 sectors and we see the nexus programming of these 2 sectors. So we have in one side the agri-food sector, and the other side we have the energy sector. But then within the agri-food sector, we have regenerative agriculture. And then let me speak about it. You know, there is about the principles. We can talk about, some people call it smart agriculture, other people call organic production, other people call agroecology, but at the end of the day, it's about the principles that we want to be resilient, yeah? We want to produce more, we want to produce clean. So under agri-food, we have the regenerative agriculture, and we want to continue amplifying the regenerative agriculture in the agri-food system. I mentioned top 2, right? So we want to continue growing that area. But how can we address the challenge that we mentioned before about the post-harvest issues? Yeah. Then, or others like energy. So we have the productive use of renewable energy, off-grid solutions. And I'm very happy, and I really want to say thank you to all the exhibitors, because then there we have productive use of renewable energy, which is cooling system for the dairy sector. It can be water pumps or irrigation system, solar irrigation system, biogas to produce energy. So there are different solutions, yeah? So at the end of the day, these are the 2 things that when we put it together, we can really make a change in the agri-food system. So I already talked about regenerative agriculture. It's basically land management practices, principles, processes. You know, it's about the principles, which is something very important. And now we are working directly, as Peace mentioned, with the Minister of Agriculture, or MAIF, and the Minister of Energy and Mineral Development. Something what we acknowledge in this partnership is that when we talk about agriculture, when we talk about productive use of renewable energy, there is one commonality there, which is the water. And I'm very happy to have the commissioner from water, the Minister of Water, because water is essential. But when we talk about water, is the use of the water. It needs to be efficient. When we talk about regenerative agriculture practices, we talk about the use of water in an effective and efficient way. Yeah? So at some point, we really, really want to work directly as well with the Minister of Water. And for sure, we will do all this with all of you and also the districts, which is very important, yeah? To work together with the districts to strengthen those capacities together, to catalyze those partnerships that I was talking about it like 1 minute ago. So I just want to make a point there that water is critical, and everyone talk about irrigation systems, a water pump, but without water, that cannot be possible. And we need to acknowledge that it's important to do or to use that water or those resources in an efficient way. Yeah. So the focus intervention is about soils, regenerative soils, renewable energy use, developing inclusive market systems. Many times, and when we talked about system transformation, and if we see the whole story in the exhibition, we have practices, we have technologies, we have production of food, we have access to finance, which is important. But then, if our farmers, if our agro-businesses don't have access to market to sell that crop, to sell that product, milk, tomato, cereals, legumes, horticulture products, how can we expect that they will adopt regenerative agriculture or energy solutions? So we also need to work and develop the access to market for those farmers, smallholder farmers or agro-businesses. So it's a critical point for us. Improving biodiversity in ecosystem, yeah? It's a landscape approach for this powerful food partnership. Optimum use of resources and inputs. Many times we use more than we really need when we produce something. And for so recycling and reducing food loss. Yeah, with technologies to add value to during the post-harvest, technologies to utilize better the manure, that can be biodigesters, for example. So there is different ways to do it. We can do also harvesting water practices as well to reuse. So there are many things that we can do together. And then what we notice is that all that knowledge is here. And the knowledge we have it also with indigenous practices. So we really want to follow up and give the chance as well to come with those resilient practices that we have at district and regional level. So here, I don't want to start with definitions. Here, my main message is about productive use of renewable energy that can be used during the production, can be used during the post-production or harvesting, and even though can be used at commercial level. So we really want to support in partnership this kind of solution to the different value chain, but with the lens of system transformation. Yes, let's continue. And then the program have, we call pathways, but basically the program have like 3 components. And the pathways are learned, link, and leverage. So let me speak what this means, yeah? Because someone can say, what's that pathway thing? So when we talk about learn, we really want to co-create evidence. We really want to use learn, but practice-based. We want to use the partnership to have sector coalitions, peer-to-peer learnings, and then to disseminate that learnings. There is you know what we notice? Even within SMV, sometimes we produce a lot of knowledge, but then after to produce that knowledge, no one have access to that knowledge. And then we start working as a silo, yeah? And then you know, we realize that there are very good studies, and then because no one told us about that study and that research or that assessment, we do it again. And then it's just when we become together that we realize, oh, really? Sorry, can I use names and you will feel fine. So sorry. Let's say, my friends from AXA, Harriet, you did that assessment. I didn't know, and I'm duplicating the thing. Oh my goodness, my colleagues from NREP, you did that. That's wonderful, Dr. Nicola, sorry. You are doing that wonderful policy analysis. Oh, but then also our colleagues from other organizations are doing the same similar assessment, but we don't talk each other. So we can be more efficient in the use of those resources. We can come together to really contribute to that change. So we really want to do that with evidence. Then for our colleagues from the different ministries, you need evidence, right? To make the better or to take the better decisions. We need the voices from the field and the farmers to bring those solutions, to make policies, to make programs that speak about the reality of the country. So without evidence, we cannot take the best decision. So that evidence needs to come across all of us, and those learnings and that knowledge need to be disseminated. But it's not only the dissemination, but also to have access to that information, access to the knowledge. Knowledge is powerful. So we really want to co-create that evidence, co-create that evidence. And we don't need to start from the scratch. There is already a lot of knowledge and learning, yeah? So it's how can we bring that expertise together, that I will speak about it in the last pathway. When we talk about link, is all the things that we are learning, we want to apply in the market. So we learn and we apply in the market. And here is about supply chain, demand activation as well, access to finance. How can we really work together to make this link? And when we talk about link, it's also about connections, right? It's collaboration among all the ecosystem actors. Yeah, it's not an isolated program. We want to work to all of you, yeah? Because as I mentioned, we contribute. We can make a change if we really work together. If not, we will continue with the silo. And then I will be, and sorry for I know that they are recording, but I will not be very political correct. Sorry about it. But then many times, but I will use maybe SMV as an example to be political correct. And one of my programs in Latin America when I was working with SMV, I don't have the long time like Peace has in SMV, but I'm almost there. I have 16 years with SMV in different countries. Yeah, I'm an old man. Yeah, I know. I saw some faces. Oh my goodness. I'm an old man, I know. So it was a project. We closed the project. We do a final evaluation. Final evaluation give us some wonderful findings to improve the system. And then we did one workshop. And then you know what happened with that evaluation. Maybe you will, some of you, maybe I'm wrong, will feel empathy with this thing that I will mention. We have the evaluation, we present it, and then you know what happened with that nice book? Is put it in a desk. And the people forget that. And we clap. Like today we are clapping, but here we are intentional. We will not leave here with our commitment and action together, right? And then that evaluation is put it in one place and the people forget, no, here we really want to use that evidence together in the link. Then when we talk about leverage, when the people talk about leverage and we talk about leverage, it's about leverage expertise, leverage knowledge, leverage connections, and leverage resources. If we put the resources together, we can really scale up the ARI and Pure Nexus programming in Uganda. So here is critical that all of us, we contribute together to really scale up and improve or contribute to the agri-food system. Let's continue. I really want to take 1 minute here. The partnership just started. This is just the beginning. And this launch is about the power of food. It's not about SMV, as I mentioned before. So I really want to take 1 minute, and sorry, Mildred, because I know that I'm talking a lot. I want to take maybe 2-3 minutes to acknowledge the first partners, and we are ambitioning more. So I really want to start, if we can, and sorry, Commissioner Julius, but we really want to acknowledge, if we have the colleagues from MAIF to stand up for 2 seconds, please. Then I will really ask to the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development colleagues to stand up as well. I know, Fiona, you are around. Elizabeth as well. I really want to say, ask to NATO to stand up as well. Wow. Then we have NREP, Dr. Nicholas. Our colleagues there, thank you. Then we have Nogamu. Can we have Nogamu? Chariton, thank you. Do we have our colleagues from USEA? Paddy is around. Thank you, Paddy. Other colleagues there. Pelo Muganda. Thank you, Justin. AXA. Let's have some energy. Our colleagues from CRIC. Dr. Susan, colleagues, friends. And ACME. These are the real powerful food partnership implementers. It's not SMV, so thank you. Because this launch event is for the partners that are making this program a reality in Uganda. And this is just the beginning. We really want to bring more partners to be part of this Nexus programming. Then the thing is that we are acknowledging the partners, but what is really important is the partners, they also have their own partners. So it's a cascading process. We are just scaling up the Nexus programming through the partners that we have. Please, let's continue. Then I really want to say thank you to the districts as well, because they accept to come to Kampala. And the program have the ambition to start in 15 districts. If I pronounce wrong the names, please forgive me, okay? Can you forgive me? Yes? Thank you. I will try my best, okay? So we are in Masaka, Mpiji, Mubunde, Luweru, Nakasongola, and Kayunga. It was fine? Thank you so much. Close? No, Mildred, come on. Now I don't feel, I was so excited, And now you say close? Don't worry, I will improve, yeah. Then we really keen as well to work closely in Embarara, Cabarole, Isingiru, Kasese, and this one is the N, right? Entungu. Thank you. And then for sure, Mbale, Iganga, Jinja, and also Lira. Sorry if the Lira is Lango region then, so sorry about it. But these are the 15 districts that we are ambitioning now to work. So can we ask to our colleagues from the district to stand up and make a huge clap for them? Applause. You are our partners as well. And with you, we really want to work together to scale up and to make a change in all these districts. Yeah? Let's continue. Then, I will not go with these details, don't worry. The most important thing or the message here is that we want to have an impact in renewable energy, regenerative agriculture, driving transformations for the food system, and we want to root this in equity and inclusion. So, I don't want to show off, but do you notice that how inclusive is this program already? Did you notice that? And I'm really happy as well to have the participation of youth and also women here, and women that are, leads of many organizations. So thank you for that. Let's continue. Then here, I will not go here into details because you have in your table, there is a fact sheet with this, how, what our collective success will look like in evidence. So I will not go to the details, but you have there. So sometimes I know that this paper thing is not there, but I think we need to read it, yeah? And is are there. Let's continue with the next one. So real change take all of us, yeah? So if we are not intentional to work together, it will be more complicated to achieve changes, positive changes. So I really want to call to an action to all of us today to make this launch event in a different way. Usually we participate in launch events, we clap like we clap today, and then I will see Peace and the next event, workshop. Hi, how are you, Peace? Nice to see you again after 1 month. Yeah? Sorry, Peace. Yeah, I'm talking about SMV. Or I saw one of our famous guys from Power for Food. Ibrahim, can you stand up, please? Thank you, Ibrahim. And then I said, Ibrahim, after 1 month, oh, what about the collaboration, Carlos? Yeah, let's talk. I will send an email to you. Is that true or not? It happens or not? So today will not happen. Today we're going to change it. Today we're going to have a connection with all of us. We're going to connect someone. And then we will be intentional to collaborate together to make a change for Uganda. Is that true or not? Is that true? Yes, we will do it. Let's work together. So thank you so much. Thank to the partners to be here. Thank to all of you. Sorry, because I become emotional. Sorry.
Can we give a bigger round of applause to the Ugandan in Carlos right there? Thank you very much, Carlos, and definitely that shows the passion that you do have for the conversation that we are holding. Carlos just reminded us that sometimes when you're amidst plenty, you even forget the good that you have. So some of us are used to our cassava, kalo, and matoke and everything, and you don't really see it as very important. Carlos just made us realize how blessed and endowed we are as a country. Like we say, gifted by nature, right? But we need to protect that nature. We need to protect that gifting. That is the reminder that we do get. And I normally tell people, the only thing I hate about traveling is food. I hate struggling to find something to eat and you have to deal with junk at some particular point in time or inorganic food. So we need to thank God for that. And our decoration was intentional. I know many of you are used to seeing flowers, beautiful bouquets of flowers on the table. We cannot be talking about energy and food and not display it on the table. So I guess that whatever you have on the table is actually showing you the conversation that we are holding. And for some of you who would like to get the conference pictures, videos, the presentation that Carlos did get, we have this tag, all of us. So kindly scan this code right here. This QR code, scan it, you'll be able to get all that information as you need it. The photos, the pictures, if you need to be able to post on social media, you will be able to get it at that particular point in time. And ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, I would like to bring in the direct ministry, of course. When we're talking about agriculture, the Ministry of Agriculture and More Industry and Fisheries is definitely at the forecenter, although it's a collaborative approach. Like I said earlier, the Ministry of Water and Environment comes in, the Ministry of Local Government, and once again, a special thank you to all the representatives from the local governments where this project is actually, this program, I beg your pardon, is going to be implemented. Thank you so much. You're the real MVPs, I would say. But from the Ministry of Agriculture and More Industry and Fisheries, to represent our Minister, State Minister for Agriculture, Honorable Fred Bwino Chakulaga, allow me, ladies and gentlemen, invite Commissioner Julius Twinamasko, who is the Project Coordinator for the Uganda Multisectoral Food Security and Nutrition Project, as well as the South-South Cooperation Project. Let's give him a big round of applause as we now get to listen to our chief guest. Commissioner, you are welcome.
Thank you very much, Mildred. Distinguished representatives of ICARE Foundation and SNV, representatives from government ministries and agencies who are here, and local governments, development partners, private sector leaders, civil society organizations, farmer representatives, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. You're not talking like farmers. Today I'm the minister in charge of farmers. So I need some energy. Good morning. Thank you, thank you. So my name is Julius Twinamasko. Among other things I do in the Ministry of Agriculture, I take charge of strategic interventions to boost food and animal feed security. So when I see this theme here, powerful food, renewable energy, renewable, regenerative, and resilience, I get touched. But today, I am representing the Honorable Minister of State for Agriculture, Honorable Chakulaga Fred Bwino, who loves this kind of discussion and who is always present. I think most of you always meet him in such gatherings. But today, he could not make it, and he sent me to present him, and he would have loved to be here. But because of other duties, he couldn't. So, ladies and gentlemen, before I give the speech of the minister, I want to say just a few things, and then I will read verbatim the speech of the minister. Ladies and gentlemen, today, the government of Uganda is implementing a program-wise approach, planning and budgeting and implementation. So today, when I was observing this room, when Carlos was introducing us, I saw program approach, planning, and implementation at work. So I want to thank you so much, SNV and your partners, for making sure that you are following the government approach, because it's the way to go. We don't want to work in silos. We want to make sure that we bring everyone on board so that we can implement together. After all, we are implementing a food systems program, and food systems, as we know it, it encompasses all the actors coming together to implement food system-related activities. Secondly, at the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, we follow now what we call the Agriculture Value Chain Development Strategy that looks at agriculture in a holistic manner, from the soil health, from the inputs, production, research. I saw Naro here. Thank you so much, Naro team, for coming. Post-harvest handling, marketing, until the food reaches the fork, the plate. So, this approach does not leave anyone behind. It encompasses everyone the way we are here in this room. So that's another credit I want to give to this program. The designers of this program and the supporters of the program were really spot on. I want to thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, for a very long time, we have been relying on nature. I know most of you are farmers, some of you are office farmers, but at least you are farmers. Others are practical farmers. We have district local government staff here. But we know that for a long time, we have relied so much on nature and sometimes not replenishing it. Season in, season out. And because of that, challenges have come up. Carlos has enumerated them here. Declining food security, much as all of us, we know Uganda should have enough food for ourselves. Increasing biodiversity loss, and of course, the famous climate change challenges. These are all coming up because we are overutilizing nature without replenishing it. And therefore, this program has come in timely because it is coming with strategic interventions, as we have seen them here, that look at these challenges directly. So again, I want to thank you, SNV, and your partners for coming up with this very important program. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to take you to the Honorable Minister's speech, which he wrote and gave me to read to you, and I am going to read it without editing anything, so that you feel him, you feel that he's here with you, and you take his message. So, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the government of Uganda, the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, and on my own behalf, I am honored to preside over the launch of the Power for Food Partnership Uganda program. This initiative represents a strategic milestone in our collective efforts to transform Uganda's agri-food systems by integrating regenerative agriculture with renewable energy solutions. Uganda welcomes the collaboration between iCare Foundation and SNV, which seeks to strengthen the nexus between regenerative agriculture and renewable energy. This partnership resonates deeply with our national priorities as a country. By integrating clean energy solutions and into agri-food systems, we are not only addressing productive challenges, but also advancing climate resilience, food security, and rural livelihoods. It comes at a time when our country is determined to modernize agriculture, strengthen resilience, and ensure that our farmers and communities benefit equitably from sustainable development. Uganda's agriculture sector remains the backbone of our economy, employing the majority of our population and contributing significantly to GDP, exports, and food security. Yet, the sector continues to face persistent challenges, including low productivity, post-harvest losses, limited access to energy, and vulnerability to climate change. The Power for Food Partnership directly responds to these challenges and aligns with our agriculture value chain development strategy through the 6 guiding principles of 1, provision of seed, stock planting stock materials to farmers. 2, control of pest, disease, and vectors. 3, provision of affordable mechanization and irrigation. 4, support to large-scale farmers. 5, farmer mobilization and education. 6, special interventions on fisheries and aquaculture. And all these interventions need what we call a chibalo as we implement them for the benefit of Ugandans. This program also resonates strongly with the National Development Plan 4, which emphasizes industrialization and agro-industrialization as drivers of economic transformation. NDP4 prioritizes green growth and climate resilience, energy access and infrastructure development, and inclusive growth to ensure that rural communities benefit from national progress. By linking food and energy systems, the Power for Food Partnership reduces inefficiencies, it unlocks synergies, and positions Uganda to achieve sustainable agricultural transformation. The government of Uganda has already laid a strong foundation for this Nexus approach. We are embedding climate-smart and regenerative agriculture practices into national agricultural policies, including the National Agricultural Extension Strategy and the Uganda Climate Change Policy. Through the Rural Electrification Program and promotion of solar technologies, we are expanding access to clean energy for irrigation, cold storage, and agro-processing. We are also strengthening farmer cooperatives, SMEs, and local governments to adopt and scale regenerative agriculture powered by renewable energy. In addition, we are leveraging public-private partnerships to attract financing for renewable energy solutions in agriculture, aligned with the parish development model. At the regional level, Uganda is actively engaging with East African community to harmonize policies and promote across-board knowledge exchange in sustainable agriculture and energy. The Power for Food Partnership will serve as a catalyst for systems transformation. It will generate evidence and practice-based learning to inform policy and scale adoption, convene stakeholders across board and borders to align efforts and build champions for the regenerative agriculture, renewable energy nexus, embedded approach into national and regional policies to ensure sustainability and leverage investment opportunities to expand renewable energy solutions in agriculture. I have been informed that 45 million pounds, I think, is the initial funding, and the program will strengthen the capacity of smallholder farmers and SMEs, enabling them to thrive sustainably while contributing to national development goals. The government of Uganda reaffirms its commitment to supporting this partnership by ensuring policy alignment with the Agricultural Value Chain Development Strategy and NDP4, providing institutional support for implementation at national and local levels, and collaborating with development partners, the private sector, and civil society to scale impact. I call upon stakeholders to embrace this Nexus approach. Let us move beyond fragmented interventions and build integrated systems that deliver resilience, sustainability, and prosperity for our people. Let us embrace the powerful food partnership as a platform for systematic change, as it embodies Uganda's vision of renewable energy-driven resilient food systems where agriculture is modernized, livelihoods are improved, and our environment is protected. Together, through strong partnerships and policy alignment, we shall ensure that agriculture continues to be the backbone of our economy and the foundation of a sustainable future for Uganda. I thank all of you. I thank SNV and your partners and ICARE Foundation for coming up with this program. And we hope together in this room, we will implement the program for the benefit of Ugandans and also to achieve the objectives for which we have been set to achieve. I thank you very much for God and my country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Twina Masco, for the kind words, definitely, and the support promise from the ministry that we do very much would like to have. But I'm sorry that I had to let you go sit again, but I am going to request that we will come up. Let me request the technical team to bring our commitment board at least probably to the center, because right about now, like Carlos did say, we're just not here to talk. We are here to commit ourselves to ensuring that we are going to use energy to be able to sustain our food systems and make sure that we get to reduce the energy poverty, but also making sure that we can be able to have better results as we go through. Probably never know that in the near future, Uganda could surpass India when it comes to organic food production. Because such was a dream back in the day when it came to coffee production. I told you I'm a farmer in the coffee sector, definitely. And yeah, we are leading when it comes to Africa in coffee production as a country. So it may feel like a dream, but dreams come to reality. Dreams only don't come to reality when you dream about picking money on your way somewhere and then someone wakes you up. You feel like you want to punch them. You want to ask them, you should have left me to first pick them in the dream, and then you wake me up. So let's just get the commitment board probably to the center here, and we get to have our members, our partners, the different ministries, departments, and agencies represented, our key funder, ICARE, as well as SNV. Ladies and gentlemen, I want us to give a big round of applause to the team at SNV, not just for putting this together. I know I've organized events and I know what it means, especially when you're drawing closer. It's sleepless nights, you know? Sleepless nights, how will everything go? Will we have the guests? Will we do this? Is this right? So putting this together, Carlos and the team, thank you so much for ensuring that this actually did come to pass. As we get that to the center, I will definitely invite back. Allow me invite back Commissioner Twina Masco, who will append his signature first. And then we will later on, definitely, I would like to have him come through with Peace, who is not only the sector lead energy, but is also has been here representing the country director. We'll start off with them. And Carlos, definitely, your signature has to be appended to this, because when we are asking the questions of progress, we'll definitely be knocking at your door. So ladies and gentlemen, let's invite Commissioner, let's invite Peace and Carlos here. At that, I'll also be letting our partners to draw in very, very close, both from the government, from the private sector, our media partners. This here is not just signing. This here is not just appending a signature, but it is a commitment. Right now we have not just Commissioner Twina Masco, but the commitment coming in from the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. Let's give a big round of applause to that. 2025 to 2029, we'll have this powerful food partnership program. Allow me invite Carlos, please come through. Allow me now also invite the representatives from our different ministries, departments and agencies, a representative from the Ministry of Water and Environment, a representative from, let's get Ministry of Water and Environment. We have a representative from the Ministry of Local Government, wherever you are. And while we sign, we'll definitely stay here because after that, we'll have a group photo coming through. Can we get our representative from the Ministry of Local Government, wherever you are? Because I know that different local governments that are represented here, we may not be able to get all of them. To all our powerful food partners, please. Powerful food partners, I kindly request each one of us, I do see Acme right there. All of us, please, I'm kindly requesting that we all come through. Ministry of Energy, we cannot do this without you as well because we are talking about energy. Let's have Ministry of Energy come through to all our partners. You are the persons who are going to make this come to pass. Okay, I can see all our powerful food partners. Without mentioning each and every one of you individually, we honor you, we see you, and thank you so much for the support that is not only going to see us boost productivity, but build resilient systems as well, and make sure that we do have food. And along the circular chain, agriculture chain, we will also be looking at dealing with issues like post-harvest handling, right? Because in Uganda currently, for some food systems, we lose up to 22% of the harvest in post-harvest handling issues. But now that we'll be using renewable energy, we'll be focusing on regenerative agriculture, we are very sure that some of these challenges will become a thing of the past as we do implement this program. And given the fact that the implementation is targeting and focusing key demographics of the country, 53% of Uganda's population are women. You know, but there's always been that conversation that there are more baby boys who are born, but when it comes to the overall population, we get to see more women. We don't know whether the men go much earlier to meet our Creator, but the women are more resilient, most probably. And we have more than 80% of our population being young people, very, very young. Actually, 50% of the population is below the age of consent, which is 18 for Uganda's case. So you know how importantly involving the youth and women is in this kind of conversation. If we have all our partners or the ministries, departments and agencies represented, I will request that our paparazzi will set us out well to be able to take a very good group picture, hoping that no one will be in the crop zone, because since we have some stairs, we could have a few of the people coming down. So I don't know whether the media team is able to get everyone, especially the one taking the photographs. I always love to tell people that make sure you're not in the crop zone. When we're trying to fit the picture to where we want it, make sure we don't cut off your arms and we don't edit you out of that picture. I hope you are not. Mr. Ugalambi, I hope you're not in the crop zone. Before you leave, I'm going to now invite all the district representatives where this program is actually going to be implemented. Please come through. Ntunga Molira, Masaka, PG. All of us, please, let's come through. Because we are going to, as we scale up, probably we are expecting that after the 5 years, there is going to be a scale up of this program to even more and more districts. Currently, Uganda has about 146 districts. That is pending the 4 coming in from Tororo and the rest that are coming in. So out of all those, we currently will first of all be implementing in the 15 districts, and then later on, of course, we'll be able to take it a notch higher and get to more and more districts. So let's get all the districts. I think, let me have our technical team get the commitment board away so we can be able to have some space. Just a minute, as we have more of the districts coming through, and as we also get to have that picture well laid out. Once again, don't be in the crop zone. I always love to say, if you're down to earth like me, please draw to the front. If you're down to earth like me, make sure you're not at the back. I am very down to earth. I'm closer to the ground. I only enhance with a bit of heels. So make sure you're not behind. We need a joyful picture. I don't know. I don't know what we need to say. Whether we need to say food, because food tends to tell the brain different things. The smiles come up. Before you know it, we are excited. Let's not forget our smiles, those beaming smiles, because we're talking about food, we're talking about partnership, we're talking about energy and power. And so we know that this will be able to take much longer than just 2029. You see, I told you, food brings a totally different mood. Okay, thank you so much to our partners. Thank you so much to the ministry. I'm now going to request that we're going to have just about 10 minutes, 5 to 7. I don't want to stretch it to 10. 5 to 7 minutes to allow our commissioner. He didn't have the time to go through the exhibition. So I'm going to request Carlos and Peace to kindly lead our commissioner to the exhibition, because it's very important that he does get to see the actualization of some of the conversations that we are having, and of course our guest from the Ministry of Water and Environment. To the rest of us, if you haven't had your breakfast and you feel like grabbing a cup of tea or coffee, we still have a bit of that outside. You could also be able to look through our exhibition. I'm going to give it about 7 minutes, and immediately after that, we are going to be coming through actually for our panel discussion. So we are also going to have a panel discussion immediately after the exhibition visit by our chief guest. And the panel is particularly going to be focused on powering resilient food systems, catalyzing partnerships for the RA, that is regenerative agriculture, and of course talking about use of energy, the nexus in Uganda. This is a power-packed panel that you do not want to miss. And in these 5 minutes, I am going to ask our cultural troupe to give us an item just to be able to refresh the environment. We've been having a lot of talking, a lot of presentations. And before we go to the panel, I will call upon our cultural troupe to give us just one number. And please, this is not a ticket for you to leave us. We are still here together, and we are talking about food. We would also like to share lunch with you after the panel discussion. That's the last item that we are having on the agenda. So let's have our cultural troupe entertain us. In about 5 minutes, we should be back with a panel discussion. Thank you.
Lekankolere ruhanga emirimo lyawe wekankolere ruhanga merya mwegabirano
kankorere ruhanga emirimu yawe kankorere ruhanga oryampe engabirano
lekankolere ruhanga emirimo lyawe wekankolere ruhanga merya mwegabirano
kankorere ruhanga emirimu yawe kankorere ruhanga oryampe engabirano
ruhanga emirimo lyawe wekankolere ruhanga merya mwegabirano
kankorere ruhanga emirimu yawe kankorere ruhanga oryampe engabirano
ikansime ruhanga inabatamusimire nimarimu lya zamanya kansime ruhanga
ikansime ruhanga n'abatamusimire nimarimu lya zamanya
ikansime ruhanga inabatamusimire nimarimu lya zamanya
kansime ruhanga n'abatamusimire nimarimu lya zamanya
ikansime ruhanga inabatamusimire nimarimu lya zamanya
kansime ruhanga n'abatamusimire nimarimu lya zamanya
ikansime ruhanga inabatamusimire nimarimu lya zamanya
kansime ruhanga n'abatamusimire nimarimu lya zamanya
ikansime ruhanga inabatamusimire nimarimu lya zamanya
kansime ruhanga n'abatamusimire nimarimu lya zamanya
iyaye mondo kazana
aiye mondo
haza
oh aiye mondo
kazana iyaye mondo iyaye mondo kazana iyaye mondo iyaye mondo kazana barane modiwe aye mondo iwe aye mondo kazana aye mondo iwe aye mondo kazana aye mondo aye monde kazana, ye mondo iwe, aye mondo ye iwe, aye monde kazana, ye mondo iwe, aye mondo ye, aye monde kazana, mondo iwe, aye mondo ye, oh aye monde kazana. Aye mondo ye, iwe aye monde kazana ye, aye mondo ye, iwe aye monde kazana aye mondo ye, aye monde kazana. Heka chitali Hekachitari, achieve it. Has, out, has, wherever, out, has, aye, 2 meter, has, what, wherever, has, erera waruha, aye, aye.
Let's give our cultural troupe a bigger round of applause. I think this is what Carlos was talking about earlier. With the food in Uganda, you will have the energy to be able to dance like that. It is only things like cassava, sweet potato, yam, that hard food that can get you that energy to be able to jump through like that. Our chief guest is still touring the exhibition halls, and in just a bit, I am actually going to be able to invite our moderator for the panel to take up the space, his space, because we want to get into this very impactful, power-packed panel. And also remembering that we do have our rapporteurs, so just in case you miss out on some of the conversations, we'll have our rapporteurs sharing with us the detail of what has transpired. As you can clearly see on the screen, our chief guest, Commissioner Julius Twinamasco, is taking on the tour. And I would like to encourage all of us, before we get to step out for lunch, which will be a very final conversation, please make sure that you spare time and pass by the exhibition stalls. Very interesting innovations that are right there that you would want to take part of. I'd also like to thank our online audience that has joined us online because we couldn't all be able to come here physically, but we do have an audience that has joined us online, and would like to say a special thank you to that audience. Now, without taking any more time, because there are a few moments that have been lost, ladies and gentlemen, allow me invite Dr. Nicholas Mukisa, who is the Deputy National Coordinator of NREP, to come and introduce the panel and let us know who our panelists will actually be for this particular panel, and thereafter be able to lead us into the discussion, because I can clearly see that our chief guest is almost concluding with the exhibition. So let's give a round of applause to Dr. Nicholas to come through and take us to the next level.
Mildred, before you leave the podium, I have a quick question for you, so you might be my first panelist. In your language, how do you translate power for food?
Tag of war. Powerful food, because would I do a literal translation? Because power is not the power of a man. I know I have Banyoro sisters and brothers here. We're not talking about a man. We are talking about the power, energy, right? But food is a biokuria. I have officially failed this test. Do I have a Munyoro brother and sister in here to translate this one? Because it always becomes tough, to translate from English directly to Runyoro. Okay, but I know food is a biokuria, So someone should translate for me power. The energy aspect, not power of a man. Okay.
All right. Okay, that's our first question, and everyone is a panelist. So anyone willing to volunteer and give us a phrase a slogan, a translation that we can adopt to translate and communicate to our masses, given that we are speaking to the farmers? Anyone to volunteer a phrase? You know, this is the launch. You could adopt that slogan for Uganda. And you never know, you might be the lucky one to receive a second bag on your way out. Anyone willing to try? Alex, are you willing to try? Give it a try. It doesn't have to be Uganda. It could be Runyankore, Lutoro, Lusoga, any of our local languages. Oh, yeah. Could someone help? Unfortunately, I don't have a mic. Please, could you come forward and give it a try? As a country, we have over, I think, 54 languages that we speak. So let's get some. Please come and try it.
Thank you so much. I'm Simon Mutambo, the agriculture officer from Bale. I'm going to translate in my language, and that is Lumasava or Lugisu. So power for food literally means kamani kali mubilyo. Kamani kali mubilyo.
Anyone to validate? Kamani?
Kamani kali mubilyo. Obata kamani ke bilyo. Any of the two can work.
All right.
Power is kamani. Vilyo is food. And four, K. Four is K, vilyo.
Thank you very much.
Yes,
all right. Thank you very much. I think Midway should have tried, at least say, And in Luganda, yes, Alex, which language are you trying? Okay, please come. Okay.
In Nyachitara, we can, in a summary form, say, Amani gave you Kuria. In Ruchiga, Amani gave you Kuria. In Runyankore, Amani gave you Kuria. But generally, Nyachitara, Amani gave you Kuria.
I wish I could get someone to help me with the Luganda. Everyone is, yeah? I need a lady this time. You are trying Luganda. Please come. Come, I need a lady to try the Luganda version. At least you honorably fail with the Mildred. She said she has failed. So, perfect. Amani Gemere. Is that right? Yeah? Because for those of us who have been to the physics class, we know energy has different forms. So there is electrical energy, there is chemical energy, there's forms of energy. So energy, man. And today we are here to discuss how to energize our food value chain, which is majorly agriculture. And I'm happy to be moderating this session. That will be focusing on powering resilient food system, catalyzing partnerships for the RAPUR Nexus in Uganda. And this panel comprises of distinguished stakeholders in the renewable energy, in the agriculture space. And start with, I will invite Miss Gloria from Gogra. She's a manager for productive use of renewable energy at Gogra. You're most welcome, Madam Gloria. Second is Mr. Peter Ndamuzungu from Maif. You're most welcome, sir, to join the panel. We also have Engineer Elizabeth Kaijuka, the Assistant Commissioner for Energy Resources at the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. You're most welcome. We have Director Richard Nwenyi Nyesiga, my apologies, for domestic investment at Uganda Investment Authority. Last but not least is Ms. Harriet Nakasi, National Coordinator for AXA. Unfortunately, the ladies have sat by themselves and the gents on themselves. So it's acceptable. And when Carlos was speaking, he said this project is gender inclusive. You can notice already we've been outweighed. Thank God I'm the moderator, so it's coming in fairly, men and women. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for accepting to be part of this panel. And the motive or the objectives of this panel are tagged around to establish a shared understanding of RA Pure. RA Pure. How many of us are familiar with RA Pure? How many of us are hearing of this for the first time? RA Pure. Please put up your hands. Don't be shy. It's the reason we are here today, to learn. So if you're here and you're hearing about it for the first time, please. You're hearing about regenerative agriculture and productive use of renewable energy, which is RA Pure, for the very first time. Please, you're taking a new vocabulary, so congratulations. We are looking at identifying opportunities that can integrate regenerative agriculture and productive use of renewable energy into existing initiatives. Third, we are going to discuss policy, finance, and market opportunities and best practices that are required to scale up RA Pure Nexus. And last but not least, to identify areas for strengthening coordination between government, CSOs, private sector, and government partners to accelerate the adoption of RA Pure in Uganda. And ladies and gentlemen, since I asked and some of us shied to say whether it's their first time, maybe they were scared that I would ask another question. So let me bring the questions to my panelists. And for the details about the panelists, please, you can follow on the screen about their bios. But for us to be able to redeem time, I will not go back into the introductions. Maybe I can allow the colleagues to just mention their name when they're responding to the question, just in case I misannounced it. And I want to start with Madame Harriet. Harriet, you work with the farmers. And all the previous speakers have prided about how Uganda is a food basket. But also we know that we're also losing a lot of our harvest. The seasonality has varied. We can no longer rely on rainfalls. As one that works with the farmers, how could you define regenerative agriculture? How could you package regenerative agriculture to a layman?
Thank you so much. Once again, I'm Harriet Nakasi, the National Coordinator for Advocacy Coalition for Sustainable Agriculture. We've had so many terminologies relating to agriculture. Some of people call it agroecology, organic agriculture, sustainable agriculture, and all are synonyms but with small differences. Looking at regenerative agriculture, I'll bring a scenario of the universe. When you look at the universe, we have so many proponents in the universe, where we have the fauna, flora, microorganisms, and macroorganisms. We have water, sun, and air. All these interact together to bring harmony. So when we talk about regenerative agriculture, we look at all the proponents of the universe that work together in harmony for a common good, but with the interaction with the ecosystem, food ecosystem, and other system actors to bring about a balance. So in this way, we talk about the value chain actors at different levels, how they interact, how they support each other, how they complement each other, so that we have a sustainable food systems, we have resilience, we have restoration, we have balance in all the aspects. So in brief, to a layman's language, we have to look at the complete ecosystem at balance so that we are able to support that for the future generation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Harriet. And I will bring the same question to Mr. Peter Tamzungu. From the side of the ministry, how could we package, and speak to the very last layman, not familiar with these English terminologies, more or less unlearned, but we want to explain to them what package regenerative agriculture presents.
Thank you so much, moderator. My name is Peter Damzungu, so I hope you don't fail to pronounce it again. Otherwise, you'll be taken to the other land. Regenerative agriculture, in simpler terms, these are just farming and grazing practices that focus on improving soil fertility or soil health, biodiversity, and ecosystem services. And like the previous speaker said, they really follow critical principles. For example, the principle of conservation agriculture. And again, people think that this is a new practice or it's a new term, but we've been doing it. When you talk about conservation agriculture, perhaps you're talking about the common practices that we are doing, like mulching, use of cover crops. All these practices, we've been doing them. Because the other key principle is around agroforestry or biodiversity. And I know that we've been promoting planting of trees, agroforestry. At one time, we've seen people plant coffee and banana in the same garden, cocoa and banana in the same garden. So these principles are the ones that we follow in terms of regenerative agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At some point, I was concerned that we are introducing something new. And I know one of the farmers in the house is Mildred. I've always watched on TV, pride in being a farmer. So I thought she was also worried like I, whether you bring entirely a new package which is called regenerative agriculture. But it involves mulching, which we are familiar with, then we are safe. Madam Gloria, as a manager, you are the pure manager at Gogra. What is pure? Is it pure water? What is this pure gold you're talking about?
In essence, productive use of renewable energy is the use of energy in a way that increases outputs, increases efficiency, and reduces losses. So if those three are not aligned, then we consider it use of energy. But if those three are aligned and a community, individuals or enterprises are able to see increased income, efficient processes, and improved sustainability in their workflows, then that is considered productive use of renewable energy. So
productive use of renewable energy could also mean increasing my money in my wallet.
Absolutely.
I'll bring it to the government side. Engineer Elizabeth, in your context, Gloria works most with the private sector, they understand the money. On your side, how do you define productive use of renewable energy on the side of policy? How do you describe it that, just like what Peter mentioned, define it for the layman?
Thank you, Dr. Mkisa. My name is Elizabeth Kejuka Okwenje. I'm the Acting Assistant Commissioner for Physical Renewable Energy at the Ministry of Energy. So what is productive use of renewable energy? First of all, it's using renewable energy to power not just agriculture, but activities that are for productive use, income generation. And that renewable energy is mostly solar, but it can also be hydro from the grid. It can be standalone. There's off-grid and on-grid applications. So from the policy side, the energy policy of 2023 identifies low uptake of productive use as one of the key barriers to our ambition for rural industrialization. So it specifically has a role to play to achieve our goal for, the specific strategies to increase the uptake of productive use. Like I mentioned, examples are like irrigation, cold storage, agro-processing, etc. That's in the agricultural sector. Yeah. But like I said, it can also be applied under health, using it for vaccines, cold storage for vaccines in education, ICT, etc. So from an energy perspective, it's across all sectors, and it's also on-grid and off-grid. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. We recently undertook a study, a survey, engaging with the farmers, and it indicated that when you unpack these terminologies to the traditional words we are used, like mulching, crop rotation, and the likes, about 95 of them identified with regenerative agriculture. But with productive use of energy, only about 13.5 were identifying with practices of productive uses of energy. And that brings me to you, Harriet. Being a player that works closely with the farmers, what are some of the what are the challenges that are hindering the adoption of RA Pure amongst the farmer groups, the cooperatives that you work with, that you could maybe mention to us, and we'll look at possible solutions?
Thank you so much. When we look at the challenges at farm level, we look at the entire value chain, right from the inputs to the market. So one of the biggest challenge for the farmers is the access to agro inputs. We're looking at the scenario we have of the fake inputs and the ability for the farmers to innovate and to innovate practices that suit regenerative agriculture. Yeah. Then the second challenge is the institutions. Institutions do not work for the farmers, in that farmers cannot work single-handedly and benefit from regenerative agriculture. Then the other one is the markets. Do markets work for the farmers? So if markets don't work for the farmers, then those are some of the challenges that cannot help farmers benefit. And lastly, policy, linking policy and practice. When you look at the policies, do they work for the farmers? Do the farmers understand the policies? Do the services reach the farmers? Do the resources accessed by the farmers? So generally, when we look at regenerative agriculture and the farmer in general, we have to look at the value chain. What are those bottlenecks that are there? There are quite many, and all stakeholders have a role to play at different levels. And lastly, the investment. Yes, do we have deliberate investment to support a farmer in regenerative agriculture? So I think when we look at that, we have to look at the value chain in general and analyze the bottlenecks and then the challenges. Then we are able to address them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And for me, one of those that you've highlighted is institutions that do not work for the farmers and the market challenges. How do we support the farmers? Because the intention here is to enable the farmer produce year-round, but then this farmer should be able to find a market and should find a market that has prices that allow for break-even. Not farmers that are growing food for charity should be making value at the end of your yield. And this brings me to Gloria. You've been working, and as Gloria, you've produced a number of studies looking at productive use of energy and also worked with agriculture. I know you've supported Uganda in developing the productive use of solar energy roadmap. So there are several studies you've done. What do you identify as some of the challenges on that side? And do they align with what Harriet alludes to in the space of the agriculturists on the last mile?
Absolutely. I think maybe I can build on her answer as I align mine. I think one of the challenges we've seen is that most institutions do not have a people-centric approach to implementing some of the designs and solutions. So even when the solution is deployed in a community, it's not serving the need that that particular region requires. So that has been a challenge. Even though the innovation rate is high, there are several pure products that are coming up every so often. The awareness on ground is low. You'll find that majority of farmers are aware of the products, but do they know the benefits of using these products? Do they know they've already incorporated loss that they continuously experience in the pricing. So do they see the benefit of having these solutions if they've already incorporated the losses in their pricing? Additionally, pure products are generally a high cost investment, not only to the farmer, but also to the companies. It's a high investment. Majority of the parts are imported, and you'll find that breaking even becomes a challenge at both ends, both for the end user and the company. Of course, there are several programs that have tried to assist these challenges through RBF programs, through incentives that have been initiated by the government. But unfortunately, even after implementation, let's say like the 60% incentive for the RBF, you'll find that farmers still find it expensive, and therefore it becomes very difficult for companies to push the product without having bundled solutions, incentives incorporated, and credit systems in place, such as PayGo and the like. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Gloria. And this will bring me back to Peter. Peter, you notice that the colleagues on this side are alluding to some of the challenges that are already, the farmers, you are the people in the policy, you are the people that, create initiatives, interventions that could actually initiate a transformative change at the grassroots. And I want to know, from what some people have noted about policy and practices, there's not been a deliberate institutional involvement in supporting farmers and private players to create an amicable and enabling environment. Could you please highlight maybe some interventions that Ministry of Agriculture has already put in place, some that are already in pipeline, and how you're trying to address some of these enlisted challenges that our colleagues are highlighting?
Okay, thank you so much. As a Minister of Agriculture, I want to emphasize that regenerative agriculture is one of the cores for the ministry. And as you are aware, we've just completed the process of developing and formulating the National Development Plan 4, which we are implementing for the next 5 years now. And as a ministry, one of the core components in that NDP4 is regenerative agriculture. We have to deliver on it, we have to promote it, we have to sing it until the farmers benefit out of it. So I want to emphasize that one of the key components or areas under the agro-industrialization agenda is promotion of regenerative agriculture. And one thing we've done as a team at the ministry is that we want to empower the extension workers as much as possible to see that we equip them with skills in conservation agriculture. Again, like I said, these are practices that are common to them, like mulching, crop rotation. All these are common skills that they have, but we want to refresh them, want to empower them as much as possible, such that they are able to transmit them to the farmers. And as you are aware, as the Minister of Agriculture, we don't work alone. We work through the district local governments. And at the district local governments, we have the district production office, where all these extension workers are enshrined. The other approach we are really looking at is the farmer field school approach. And this one is more of establishing schools or gardens for demonstration. Because as you look at the key principles of regenerative agriculture, like I said earlier, some of them are practical in nature. You need to demonstrate to the farmers, you need to demonstrate to various actors such that the logic can sink in their head and they are able to use them. So we are promoting farmer field schools, and these are guiding us to demonstrate regenerative agriculture practices, promote peer-to-peer learning, and they are able to adhere to some of them. Again, the other one is around subsidies and incentives, where we are looking at incentivizing farmers who are adopting regenerative agriculture practices. And I know that we have projects. We have a new project called the Climate Smart Agriculture Transformation Project. And one of the key components in that project is promoting of regenerative agriculture to ensure that these practices are taken over by the farmers. And what have we said? We've put some small grants under them in form of subsidies that farmers who are promoting these practices to the dot, we are able also to facilitate them, give them some small incentives. And why are we doing this? We want to ensure that we empower the farmers. They can produce safe food. They can produce without hindering the environment, and we are able to sustain the whole production process. Of course, you are aware that we are looking at giving back to the land more than we can remove from the land. That is our core for these subsidies. In terms of the policy framework, the ministry has also developed some policies that are supporting regenerative agriculture. I know that through partners like Nogamu, we've been able to formulate the National Organic Agriculture Policy, which is already working. It is out there, it is working. I know that again with partners like Nogamu, partners like GIZ, partners like SNV, we are also into discussions of making or formulating a national organic agriculture bill, further to streamline these practices, but also to ensure that we provide an enabling environment to all actors who are practicing some of these key practices. The other one is that we are promoting renewable energy integration. We have a full department of irrigation and mechanization at the Ministry of Agriculture. You've seen a number of times we've been promoting the use of solar-powered irrigation systems through projects like UGIFT, where we give farmers these systems at a subsidized rate. They contribute a small figure, and government contributes the biggest figure. And all these are aimed at supporting the farmers, appreciate the concept of regenerative agriculture, but also ensure that they are producing year-round. And finally, the other one is around partnerships and collaborations. We've seen that as a ministry, we've been able to identify and map out the key partners in the space of regenerative agriculture. Again, I keep on referring to Nogamu because I know it's a movement and it's an umbrella of a number of these who are already practicing these practices. But I know that we've been able to reach out to a number of development partners who are having interventions in the space of regenerative agriculture. We are collaborating well, and our core aim is really to see that we leverage resources and we are able to target the same farmers, take these interventions to them, promote them, and see that they are benefiting us all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. And I want to ask the audience, I know that some of us have children at home. How many of us would still be willing to allow our children to participate in farming at school, to dig in school gardens? Please don't pocket. Just put your hand up. I think you're seeing, Peter, that there's still willingness. Some parents do not allow their children, if you tell them to touch a hole, they will summon you for that. They say we do not pay fees for children to dig. But I think for us not to lose our culture and lose this country from being the food basket, we must inculcate these skills and practices amongst our children at an early age. Thank you very much on that, Peter. And Engineer Liz, as a rejoinder from a sister ministry, but also similarly doing like works in promoting productive use of energy. What initiatives, what works are you working on to ensure that productive uses of renewable energy are adopted in the country, and more particularly in the agricultural ecosystem?
Thank you. So in the same vein, as he was talking about agriculture, the renewable energy part, there's regenerative agriculture and productive use of renewable energy. The Ministry of Energy also has a specific objective under NDP 4 to enhance the use of productive use of energy through agriculture, and like I said, mostly through agriculture, which is the backbone of our economy, but also through the other sectors. So yes, in terms of the concrete, one of the things we're doing is through this World Bank project, the Electricity Access Scale-Up project, we're providing subsidies. So the way it's done is the subsidy is channeled through the Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company, UECCC. We were able to channel, again, a grant for the users of the mini-grids to access this appliance financing. But on top of, there's one thing to receive the equipment, another to know how to use them. So there's also a business development angle, like training the users how to use that equipment, how to get it to be a business and income generation. And then apart from the development partners, the ministry also has several demonstration projects, which we hope to scale up. We have solar dryers for post-harvest loss reduction. Those have been channeled out around the country. We also have solar water pumping and irrigation systems, which are being demonstrated around the country. And solar street lighting, those are also productive use because it's for use, not necessarily in agriculture. But yeah, so as a ministry, like I said, it's central. It's in our National Development Plan it's in our energy policy. Productive use of energy, it goes hand in hand with regenerative agriculture to achieve rural industrialization. I thank you.
Commissioner Liz, I think I could be right to say from both Maif and Maimed that powerful food is timely. Because when Peter was submitting, he mentioned that there is an objective in NDP 4 to promote regenerative agriculture. And on the side of Maimed, you're referring to the same, that there is an objective in the same development plan to promote productive use of renewable energy. So I think this is just a timely one. I appreciate that you've noted both of you ministries are leveraging partnerships to ensure that these interventions cause change on the grassroots. And this brings me to Richard. We are talking investment, and I believe some of the challenges we are talking about is the costs, upfront costs. If probably we're able to assemble or manufacture locally, if I asked the colleagues from Unogam about how many organic fertilizer producers we have in the country, it's a mass. But they need support to ensure that these fertilizers are locally produced or even access markets. As a representative or as a director of the investment authority, how do we support, which opportunity do you see in this landscape that we can explore to ensure that we don't only produce food, but even we have markets in the ecosystem?
Thank you very much. Once again, my name is Richard Nwanyesiga. I work with the Uganda Investment Authority. And we are mandated to promote the country, attract and facilitate and give aftercare to value-adding investments, both local and foreign investors. And I'm in charge of domestic investors to ensure that we improve or deepen our domestic agenda and become self-sustaining, and we don't only rely on foreign investment. So they have mentioned the opportunities within the space, but my focus is on local assembling or manufacturing. They mentioned the irrigation-powered solar. They mentioned cold storage. They mentioned the regenerative agriculture solutions in terms of fertilizer and others. So my focus is on local assembling and manufacturing. So when you look at all these opportunities, how can we support our local investors to ensure that instead of importing and take away our money and lose jobs, how can we support our local investors to ensure that all these technologies are manufactured here? So at UIA, what we are doing is to support our local investors through industrial park development, where we give you free land and you set up. Meaning that when we give you free land, that money you would have used to buy the land. For example, our costs are showing in Namav Industrial Park per acre is $80,000. Now imagine that you save that money, and maybe your investment is going to take up like 5 acres. So get 5 acres times $80,000. That money is saved. So if you are a local investor here, and we are not only focusing in Kampala, we have got these industrial parks across the country in different regions. Please come to us. We will be able to support you to get free land to ensure that you set up your business. Number two, when you are importing the machinery for manufacturing or assembling, all the machinery are tax exempted. You are not going to pay any tax for you who is going to assemble or manufacture here. So I urge you, please come to us. We shall be able to facilitate you to ensure that you set up your business. I discourage importation because really from my side as an investment promoter, I want to see the local investors, even the foreign investors, we can do joint partnership, local investor and foreign investor, because there are advantages there, so that we attract these investments into our country and we manufacture or assemble these products here. There is tax holiday for our investors, the local investors, especially if, for example, you invest $150,000 outside Kampala metropolitan or 50 kilometers away from Kampala, you attract 10 years tax holiday. If you are within Kampala or you operate within our industrial parks and you invest $300,000, you also attract 10 years tax holiday. That includes also employing our Ugandans 70%, but also if you can use our raw materials up to 70%. So there are different thresholds where you can get incentives. So you get investment license for free. You can apply online on eBiz, or you go to ugandainvest.go.ug, apply for investment license. Within 24 hours, you get it. Then you proceed to apply for land and other incentives available. But this is timely because it sits at exact intersection of our 10-fold growth strategy, where we are focusing on agro-processing, because some of the enterprises that are based in rural areas are not powered. So with renewable energy, we shall be able to have these technologies to do our agro-processing. We are looking at climate resilience, because renewable energy focuses on climate resilience, then renewable energy innovation. So this is timely. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard. I just wanted to ask some of us, I was just trying to, you spoke in dollars, and that's a foreign language for us. So I picked my phone to check on the calculator what it translates to UGX. And I noticed it's about 540 million. And some of our innovators, our investors here, that is quite a mass and quite away from our reach. I'm thinking just if it's possible that beyond giving us land for investment, equally give us soft and patient loans that can support the local persons, at least to, let us leverage that package intended for us. If it's there, that's fine, but you could speak to it if it's possible, so that we intentionally support, given that 24% of our GDP is, backed by agriculture. So we need to be at least selfish and ring-fence some interventions for our people to ensure appropriate uptake.
Okay, thank you. As government, we don't work in isolation. Commissioner here talked of program working approach. Now, for example, our side, we are doing investment promotion, but we also have financing aspect. When it comes to financing aspect, we have our government bank, Uganda Development Bank, which is supposed to finance developmental projects or development projects, not looking at these other commercial banks that today they give you the loan, tomorrow they want you to start paying. So Uganda Development Bank has got grace period and even more time that you will take to pay, up to 8 years, and with low interest rate between 10 to 12% compared to other commercial banks. So if you are there and you have your business, please approach me. We work closely with Uganda Development Bank. We will be able to handhold you, support you to be able to get that financing aspect. But from our side, we don't offer, we don't even have that mandate by law to offer financing, but we do linkages. We even do linkages with other foreign investors that you partner together, they will bring capital and you bring other aspects. So we collaborate in that way to ensure that your project is implemented.
Thank you very much. And that was purposely for the colleagues at Nogamu, Pegamu, and USEA. I hope you've taken note and make sure you get his contact. He has said this before all these witnesses. So in case he denies it's on record, we shall look for him. I'll come back to Madam Harriet. You've been listening in and, different propositions, interventions have been highlighted. But oftentimes, the colleagues on the other side of the table sit in boardrooms and we're out there in the boats, in the gum boats on the ground. Tell us, what have you seen on the ground that works? What should we prioritize as we go forward with the regenerative agriculture and productive use of renewable energy? Which models have worked amongst the farmers, from your experience amongst the CSOs? What should we prioritize? Any 2 or 3 recommendations in that line?
Thank you so much. What I've seen that works very well is, first and foremost, it begins with the household. And awareness creation has to begin with individual households, and they are well trained and sensitized on regenerative agriculture and productive use of energy. Then from the household, you build farmer institutions as groups. Then from the groups, you build institutions as cooperatives that move to unions. But in building that, let's make sure that we have what we call specialization in diversification. Because without that, we shall not be able to pool resources to do collective activities, collective marketing, but above all, let's have technical expertise along the value chain in these farmer institutions. Many of us neglect strong farmer institutions to sustain agriculture, and these are the key. We need to invest in farmer institutions in terms of knowledge. Many times, development partners focus on results, not processes. And yet processes are key to sustaining interventions. So my take on that, the model that works is to make sure that the farmer institutions are strong, they are compliant, and they are well trained in terms of succession, in terms of capacities, in terms of service delivery, in terms of advocacy, to be able to link with the ministries and other private sector to access resources. But lastly, let's allow innovativeness among the farmers. How do we support our innovators who are using the knowledge to to elevate regenerative agriculture. I think there's limited support to indigenous knowledge that is being translated into innovations that support regenerative agriculture. To me, this has worked and has built strong institutions and organizations that have continued and have been able to sustain the farmers over the years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Harriet, for giving us the farm perspective. And Gloria, you represent a global institution, GOGRA. And I believe beyond Kenya, where you're based at the moment, there are other experiences elsewhere. Which recommendation or which experiences do you think we can benchmark on as a country, as we initiate this drive of RAPUR? What can we benchmark on to borrow and bring off to Uganda?
Absolutely. I think, let me start from where I come from. I think in Kenya, one thing that has managed to work is the intergovernmental and interministerial coordination, which I'm very happy to see that this work has started in Uganda. But I do want to encourage that we do this cross-sectorally and beyond the government. So financiers need to work cross-sectorally. I think Richard mentioned that they have a product for Pure, supporting credit in Pure. But have you consulted other financiers? Have you consulted the agricultural experts? Have you consulted the energy experts? This needs to be done at the development stage in programs to ensure that we create solutions and programs that support the industry, not just work as a blanket or one-size-fits-all solution. Another thing that I really appreciate and have seen working in various institutions is the people-centric approach. I'll repeat this again, because this cuts across all stakeholders. We have to realize that the people we are serving are you and me. You have to put yourself on the ground when developing some of these solutions. It's not just about breaking even or making the next big coin or winning the next award. You have to put yourself in the shoes of the people you're impacting. That way, you're able to develop bundled solutions that go beyond just the solution you have provided. I'll give an example of solar pumps. You might be selling solar water pumps to increase production, but that farmer's need at that particular point is not to increase production. Maybe they want access to the market, and you have direct connections to the aggregators. Can you work with the aggregators to ensure that anyone who has access to your solar water pumps has access to these particular aggregators, so that the market access problem is automatically resolved? Lastly, I think public-private pilots, like anchored in institutional buyers, would be a very good approach. Partner with the schools, partner with the hospitals, partner with the larger institutions to ensure that this agricultural produce, look at the entire value chain. This agricultural produce is not only reaching the market at very targeted spaces through the private companies, but those who access and utilize the regenerative agricultural solutions are able to access larger markets, are able to have constant market without heavily investing in various structures. So this really works, and it's a call on, I think, every stakeholder in this room to ensure that they play their role. Government need to assess which incentives need to be put in place, and for how long? Is it just an incentive for the sake, or is it an incentive that is data-driven? What is the economic impact that these incentives will have? How sustainable are the RBF programs we are running? It's very, very crucial that every stakeholder plays their role.
Thank you very much, Gloria. And, you spoke to facts that, we've been discussing these targeted interventions, subsidies, some connections to the market, people-centric engagements. The colleagues from the ministries already talked about the program-based approach that is adopted across the implementation of government activities. And I think this is the way to go. The commissioner, while delivering the marks on behalf of the minister, alluded to the same fact that this has actually trickled down to us as implementers, which is the way to go. And I would want to bring it to Peter. As a player in the ministry and the agriculture sector, what do you see as the opportunities for us to strengthen this collaborative movement to ensure that agriculture and renewable energy interventions move hand in hand? I'm an agriculturist, or by practice, I don't know, but I practice something like agriculture. And sometimes when I plant maize, I only stop at seeing where I planted, but I don't harvest. And I'm one of those that have been talking to Engineer Dominic to get me one of the irrigation systems because I'm struggling. And it's no longer, we no longer have to define climate change to the farmers. You literally tell them, did you harvest? No. Did you see the rains in the season as you expected? No. You don't need to give any scientific definition for change in the climate. We are all living it. In Uganda now, this is Musenene. It's meant to be rainy. But you can tell this month it's been quite hot. So, Mr. Peter, what do you see as opportunity for us to work together as agriculturalists and renewable energy promoters to ensure that we aggregate the gains?
Thank you so much. I will start with the overarching policy framework that we have. And this is the NDP4. And as all actors, as stakeholders, as different players in this space, we've gotten an opportunity where we can sit on one table, we sit together, we dialogue, we plan together in the aim of achieving what we've already put in place. So the NDP4, aware that it is already speaking about regenerative agriculture in its sense. This gives us an opportunity as stakeholders and players to ensure that we leverage resources, we work together, we target interventions, and we move in the government direction that we are pushing. But also, I know that as a Minister of Agriculture, we also have a strong arm of research. When you talk about regenerative agriculture, you can't leave research alone because you need to have the tolerant varieties, you need to have new innovations come in place, and so we have to work together with research. We have the National Agricultural Research Organization here in the country, and I'm also aware that they have different zonal agriculture research and development institutes situated in different ecological zones, addressing particular challenges, addressing particular commodities with those challenges in such a manner. So with a strong research arm, we know that a number of practices can be channeled through research, and as actors, we are able to disseminate them across board and also integrate them across board. The other important aspect I would like to really leverage on is the policy environment. As a ministry, this is very key. And again, you've heard that almost all partners here speak to the agro-industrialization program. They contribute to it. Different MDAs, inclusive of what Commissioner here is saying, the Ministry of Energy, they also contribute to the agro-industrialization program. So with these policies in place, a number of them that the Ministry of Agriculture has been able to put in place, for example, the National Organic Agriculture Policy, and again, working with a number of people, the National Fertilizer Policy, where we want to ensure that we promote organic farming in its sense through promoting organic fertilizers, but also raising the use of organic fertilizers in the country. These are key steps to actors and partners to look at them and also ensure that we work together. But the ministry also has developed a number of projects, and some of these projects, for example, like I said, the Climate Smart Agriculture Transformation Project, it has a big part on regenerative agriculture, a number of policies. And again, we've done it in such a way that it is promoting a number of subsidies. Farmers are, for example, are contributing 80%. They are contributing 20%, and government is contributing 80% on a number of production enterprises. And one of the key things is that we want them to promote some of these cleaner production technologies such that they are able to produce safe food, but also producing it sustainably. Again, in the area of some of these programs, one of the other critical things, like I said, is leveraging on partnerships. For us in this space, we need to speak the same language. And I know that the Ministry of Agriculture has worked with a number of partners. We've worked with Nogamu, for example, to spearhead formulation of key policies in this space, a number of policies. I know that we've worked with partners like SNV to develop different, for example, manuals, climate smart related manuals. We've worked with partners like GIZ, we've worked with partners like Biogas Solutions, and all these, we need to work together, we need to consolidate that support, and we create a scenario where we can move these practices to the farmers and they can improve in the long run. Finally, as a ministry, again, we have a well-intentioned single spine extension services. Like I said, the structure is properly defined. We've removed all the parallel extension services, and we have a whole department of agriculture extension services in the country. And time and again, we are working with the private sector. We know that they are private extension workers, but we've been able to align each other, whereby we are saying, for example, if there is any extension material that you're taking to the farmers, then it should pass through the ministry to quality assure it before you use it. So with all these interventions, with all these opportunities, it builds a big case for us as implementers, as actors in the sector, to leverage on each other, to leverage on existing human resource that is there, both at the district local governments, but also at the center. But we know that even the private sector has human resource, technical expertise. We can take this agenda very far. Thank you.
Sir, thank you very much, Peter. And you've, when you talk about policy enabling environment, I think we can talk about that the whole day. Everyone will have a comment. Some appreciate, others have grievances. I saw Gloria shaking her head. I looked at Harriet here, also shook her head. I see Pad in the audience also shaking. Like, everyone has face the look what when you talk about enabling environment. And I want to bring it to you, Engineer Liz. You know, we're talking about enabling environment, we're talking about all these good things. But if we asked and we sampled in the audience, everyone will have a recommendation on what the policy should look like. What should we expect in 2 to 3 years from today? Which policy or regulatory tools should we expect or should we work towards to ensure that we strengthen the movement of our APUA, but also set a basis of a lasting collaborative move?
Thank you. As I mentioned before, the energy policy of 2023 specifically identifies PUE as a barrier, the low uptake. So there are strategies, there are issues identified and strategies to roll it out. One of them is a PUE intervention toolkit. And one of the things as the Ministry of Energy we're hoping to do, what we're planning, we're about to embark on, is to develop a productive use of energy strategy and plan, an implementation plan. What will that look like? So we're looking at, clear incentives for PUE, harmonizing all the interministerial, all the stakeholders, but gathering them all together and really spelling out what are the, targeted fiscal incentives that we need for PUE equipment. What are the, financing and delivery models? The practical things like for pay-as-you-go, leasing, mini grids, standalone system equipment. So those are the things, we hope to have from this strategy and plan. We hope to cost it and then begin implementing it together with our partners. The Ministry of Agriculture, there's also the Ministry of, the Uganda Revenue Authority for the tax exemptions, there's UNBS for the standards, there's UECCC that I mentioned, which is for subsidies, access to subsidies. So hopefully in the next 2 to 3 years, actually even earlier, we will have this strategy and plan and aim to roll out. We're already doing demonstrations, but we need to scale. And it's a priority in NDP 4, as my colleague said. It's a priority in the national policy, energy policy. It's a priority in the Vision 2040. Yes, productive use of energy is central to our plans. I thank you.
So in simple, should we expect an objective on regenerative agriculture and productive use of renewable energy in the forthcoming strategy for for productive use of energy? Hopefully we shall have a chance to have it, and maybe this project would contribute to some of the targets set out in that very, but also how do we continue to aggregate and cement this working partnership? Beyond, we have the sustainable energy development programs. Do we need to have additional dedicated interministerial engagements where we really prioritize agro-energy nexus that flaunts and, speaks to this intervention? Could you speak to that if you wish to?
I think you put it very well. Yeah, interministerial, I look at it like sectorally. There's agriculture, which is the backbone of our economy. Everything will be really centered around that. But also the different ministries. We can look at, like I mentioned before, health. We can look at how we can get health centers and hospitals to use productive use energy to refrigerate vaccines, to, for schools to light up, to power the ICT. So this interministerial, we're developing terms of reference, to develop this interministerial committee that will bring in all the aspects. And then through this strategy and plan, hopefully, we'll be able to implement these plans as a group, cross-sectorally. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Engineer Liz. I'll come to you, Richard. Whatever everyone here is saying is wonderful, but it all comes down to investment. And investment goes to money. But most of our innovators, most of our farmers, our businesses actually are called bedroom businesses. I and my wife come up with a business. It has no record, no bookkeeping, and we are operating it. And most of these businesses cannot even qualify for credit. Is there any opportunity that we can come up as investment authority, you in particular as director for local investment, to support capacity building, readiness of these investors, and create pipeline readiness of some of these investors, so that by the time they qualify for maybe land allocation in the parks, they already have all the boxes ticked. Is there such a thing that we can maybe look at it as an opportunity or something that you're already doing in that line?
Thank you very much. Yes, we do. We have those services because at UIA we look at the investors are defined in two categories. One, we have a definition of 50,000 US dollars. If you have turnover of 50,000 US dollars or assets equivalent to 50,000 US dollars, you qualify to have our investment license. But we have those who don't have that turnover, but they are our SMEs. Yeah. Or, okay, micro, small, but they're also our investors. So we offer services to both of them. Now, particularly those who don't qualify, for example, or if they are not competitive enough, for example, to access land industrial park, we are launching a program soon where we'll be supporting our SMEs to have workspaces, where you will come with your equipment. If you don't have, we will provide the equipment. You process, sell for a period of time. Then when you build the capacity to compete now for an industrial park, you get out and will bring more. Other than that, we offer capacity building and investment readiness, where we tell these SMEs, for example, to formalize. Because if you don't formalize, you don't be competitive. We talk about compliance because some opportunities require you to be compliant. So if you are not compliant, you will miss out. So we have a fledged department that focuses on SMEs in terms of capacity building, investment readiness, linkages, and what we have done also, because we don't know where these businesses are located, we don't know the challenges they have, we don't know the support they need, we have developed a national SME portal where you go, profile yourself. On that portal, of course, we know the name of the company, the sector you are in, the product you are producing, the challenges you have, and then the investment support you need. Then when we receive that data, we look at it, analyze it, and start segment it, and start offering support based on the information provided. So I call upon you to register on that portal. It's called My Business. It's online, mybusiness.go.ug. Go there, profile. We are looking at service providers, BDS, and also SMEs. Why? Because we know there are service providers who offer these solutions, but they don't know where these businesses are. Or there are those businesses who are looking for solutions, but they don't know where the service providers are. So our SME portal is like a matchmaking platform where we connect the service providers to the SME, B2B, B2C. So I urge you to go there, mybusiness.go.ug profile, then we'll be able to take up any support you need, whether you're looking for financing, whether you are looking for investment opportunity, whether you are looking for standards and certification, because we have that coordinating role. We have that whipping power to work with the other partner and tell, please, this person is looking for standards. Why are you delaying? He's looking for TIN. Why are you delaying? So I urge you, please go there, profile, then we are able to support you. But also you can visit us at Baskerville Avenue, Kororo. We have a one-stop center where we have over 15 government agencies that provide services to the businesses, from company registration to standards and certification, to taxes, to environmental impact assessment, to power. So all the agencies that you know that offer services to businesses are at our one-stop center in Kororo. So you can reach us either online or you can visit us physically so that you get to understand. Because these services sometimes are demand-driven. I will not dream that so-and-so is having this challenge. But if you let me know, then I will be able to support. Please I urge you register on mybusiness.go.ug. It's free. Tell us your challenges, then we shall be able to support. Get investment license, because that investment license supports you to access incentives, but also will be your spokesperson. We can be able to talk to any government agency to give you facilitation or support on your behalf. So once you have our investment license, then you take the first call on our list to ensure that you get that service. Then land opportunities, the land is there. Now currently Namave is full, Weyogere Industrial Park is full, Ruzira is full, but we are also developing other industrial parks in different regions to enable our local investors come, assemble, manufacture, but also reduce the cost of doing business. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to ask in the audience, how many of us were aware that there is an SME portal at Investment Authority? How many of us didn't know? Please, you've heard, that's the second opportunity you're taking away from here. So please make sure you sign up for that. I'm about to exhausting my questions, but I don't want to be selfish. Yes.
What is very important is information. You asked me about financing scheme. There is money for agriculture, especially for large-scale farmers, and my youth can talk about it. Zero interest free if you are cultivating 50 acres and above. Zero interest free. That money is in housing finance. I can take you there. I think Post Bank must have received it, but that money is there. If you are looking at cereals, soybean, maize, sorghum, it's called the Large-Scale Commercial Farmers Financing Scheme. There is also ACF, Agricultural Credit Fund, which focuses on commercial farming and also agro-processing. That money is also in commercial banks, 12% interest rate. The commercial financing scheme is zero interest rate. So that money is there. And we can be able to call these financing institutions in one place. I can even organize a session where I can have the institutions that have this money and you who is looking for the money, and then you are able to harmonize. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mildred. You know, you told me that word Masindi. So do we have some land in Masindi that we can, so that we can leverage the 50 acres, this credit that is provided to the farmers? I want to bring it to the audience. I'll take about 4-5 questions. Short questions. If you have any question, I have only one, thank God. Carlos, do you have a question? Any questions? Okay, we have one. Good enough, it's a lady. Where? Oh, there is also, yes, Charlton, too. Let's start with the lady. She put up her hand first.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
I know you're saying the questions have to be brief, but
please.
The way you chose to moderate the panel discussion, people have been giving us a lot of information, very exciting, and kind of you've left us boiling and boiling and boiling. So
let me give you a solution.
It might be a little bit unrealistic to say that just be brief, because we are not here.
Just a moment, just a moment. Yes? I need to borrow into other pause time. And that means I'm standing between lunch, so people must allow me legally that we can extend a bit. Then I can allow that option. And I have more than one manager. Okay, please.
Julie Nakalanda Mato. I have 2 questions. We are in this discussion. I'm an organic farmer in Wakiso, in a place called Kayunga. We are talking about energy, but none of us has thought about the power source, energy at mitochondrial level. Many of us who are scientists here will believe where the energy starts from. In our bodies, within the cell, there is something they call the mitochondria. That's the powerhouse of our existence. And for us as organic farmers, we are making sure we protect this by the practices everybody has been talking about. When people use toxic inputs, they are breaking down the power source. And this is where you get the SC and DC and people collapse. That is the problem of using toxic inputs. So I'm wondering where this partnership comes into to bring in that protection. Why am I explaining it from this point of view? What initiatives are in place to make sure that the people who are bringing toxins into the environment, we all know, like we are talking to ourselves, nobody is saying, how do we make sure this serves the entire community? And we kind of try to push it aside and increase this such that we are safe. Because we are not safe if the environment in which we are is full of toxins and the space for us as organic farmers is really small, such that the people are not going to access safe food. Are we thinking at mitochondrial level? That's my first question. The second question is about research. In the partnership, I'm seeing conspicuously the research area. I'm not talking about now the narrow, because I know they are represented. I'm looking at the 50% of the population people have talked about, people below 18 years. These are people in schools. And when you look at the new curriculum, it is project-based. What is this power for food bringing in, such that the projects our little ones are doing at primary level, at school level, is going to reflect this? When we look at universities, is there a provision in this partnership where students are going to deliberately conduct research that is going to feed into this solution, such that we get this 50% of the population also represented? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Oh, thank you very much, my brother, Dr. Nicholas. My question is directed to my brother from the Uganda Investment Authority. My name is Chariton Namwaza. I work with the National Organic Agriculture Movement of Uganda, in short, NOGAM. Now, I have noted that Uganda Investment Authority is doing an incredible job in attracting investments to our country. But of course, I've scanned through your investment profiles about our country, and I see a very small footprint about organic, of course, but also regenerative agriculture and pure. I would like to propose that we partner with you to put together an investment profile for organic and regenerative and pure for this country, because you might be aware that Uganda is home to the highest number of certified farmers on the African continent. And in the DNA of our farmers, we have a lot of preference for nature-based solutions. And we're endowed with a climate that is next to none. We're endowed with even the human resource, the farmers. Our farmers love nature. And that's why I think we have a very strong correlation between Uganda and India, because Indians by nature are organic, just like Uganda. So I would like to put it to you and all the partners here that we need to be intentional in putting together investment profiles that are targeted towards organic, renewable, and regenerative agriculture. I thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm by the names of Kazubero Nadibazala Mugaga, the District Command's Office of Mpiji. Mine are not going to be questions, but suggestions.
Sure.
And one is going to Engineer Elizabeth. You have talked about the subsidies you are giving in renewable energy. This is my first time actually to get to know them. And actually they don't trickle down into farmers. In Mpiji, out of the 81,000 households, only 26.7% are connected to the national power grid. So you can see the gap we are having in access to energy. So we can go to renewable energy. A simple suggestion. Can we use the farmer institutions to train them in making biodigesters so that we cascade that knowledge to be at the community where it's much needed? This one now goes to what AXA said. We have worked with AXA in Mpiji. And through those farmer institutions, one of the cooperatives by the names of Kofa Cooperative Society, they have managed to access solar equipment. So I think that model can work. Another one goes to Peter from MIFE. Peter, you are promoting, you gift irrigation, but I wish to tell you that the 25% contribution, farmer contribution, is still high, given the fact that they are experiencing bad seasons for a long period of time. Then the last one goes to UIA. UIA, Richard, you talked about having multiple industrial parks. Why don't we start with quick wins and have common user facilities? If I have a cooperative that's producing coffee, they want to add a value on coffee to process it into powder. Do they need to construct a coffee processing plant? Why don't we have a common user facility where they can go make powdered coffee, give it a name, and it's used by hundreds of farmers? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll take one more.
I'm already with the mic, so you have no choice. Thank you. I'm Emmanuel Mohozi from Ministry of Agriculture. Mine goes to Ministry of Energy. As much as we are trying to promote renewable energy, I'm just adding on to what my colleague from the district has highlighted. At that level, you find that in the rural households where we have the majority of the smallholder farmers, access to renewable energy is still a challenge. Talk about solar. You find that even at that level, the little resource and meager resources that you have, you can't actually be able to get something that is more reliable in terms of usability and efficiency in terms of renewable energy. And also in terms of the capacities to be able, for instance, in the communities, the pastoral communities, the majority are cattle keepers. And we have the biggest emitters, which is livestock, the cows, the methane. But we have an opportunity as Ministry of Energy to actually be able to convert that methane into biogas. But you find, even at that lowest level, you can hardly get a reliable service provider that can provide a sustainable biogas facility to these farmers. And then this biogas would actually help us to reduce the biodiversity loss that we are talking about. So I think we need more capacity building. We also need incentives in terms of what can I call them? In terms of in terms of funding that can be able to assist these local communities to be able to stand on their own and be able to have some of these facilities that can actually reduce on the climate resilience. But most importantly, the policy framework that can be able to protect these farmers and other users against fake solar, actually, especially solar. We have big time problem. I personally was a victim at a household level where you buy solar for 10 million for house use and it is all fake. And this is happening to all. We had, even in the communities, it was, I think, called Sunshine. And these guys fleeced Ugandans of so many millions using solar to bring water into the households, for cattle, for water, for cattle, and many other things. So I think even the policy framework within which this renewable energy can be utilized and used needs to be looked at. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please allow me stop at that and allow my panel to respond to these comments and questions.
Because some of you have the money here, but they don't know where. Because some of you have the money here, but they don't know where to invest. So we shall develop those opportunities together. Then from the MPG, for common user facilities, I agree with you 100%. As I mentioned earlier, in our every industrial park, we have gazetted land for SMEs. Sometimes we are constrained by finances to construct, but we got financing. We are starting with Namave. It's a $10 million project. We are going to provide shared plant and machinery for SMEs. So in the next 2 years, 1.5 years, that plant will be up for SMEs to benefit. But we have not stopped from there. We are working with other partners. For example, we provided free land to Churad. Some of you, do you know Churad? They are supporting SMEs to do production processing at a small fee. So there is Churad in Namave, there is Churad in Kabanyoro, and if you have any SME association that is interested in doing value addition, I can facilitate that arrangement, and you have your products for now produced at Churad at a low interest rate. We also have URI, Uganda Industrial Research Institute. They are in Nakawa, but also we give them land in Namave. They also have a facility there. So for now, since we don't have these facilities, but there are other partners that we are working with that can provide these services. Yes, going forward, we'll be able to support. And I agree with you that once these facilities are up, common user facilities, they reduce the cost. Because majority of the SMEs don't have money for machinery, don't have money for rent, don't have money for internet, water, and all that. But once you give them these facilities, they will be able to maximize and be able to build the capital that they can use going forward. So let's keep in touch, and I will be able to link you to these available facilities that for now the SMEs can use. Once ours are up, then we will be able to invite these SMEs to take up these spaces. Those were my 2 questions.
Yep. Thank you very much, Richard. I think I should go to Peter. There's a question about the 25% contribution to YouGift. I think YouGift closed, though. Yep. Yeah, but you could also speak to the policy framework, if need to be, safeguarding the end users from fake products. And there was also one about from jury, the toxins. Yeah, if there is a comment you can make to that effect.
Okay. Thank you so much, the participants here, for the good questions. One, on the YouGift that Mr. Kaziro raised, I think this is really a point of concern. I know that we've done a number of follow-on M&Es, and this has been good feedback from the farmers and all the other actors. As a ministry, I know we are in the process of developing the second phase of the YouGift. This has been very high on agenda. I know that we may consider scientifically, with evidence, that we can lower it. But I also know that as a ministry, Cabinet has tasked us to write a paper on agricultural subsidies. And I know that we've constituted a big team to look into this. And from time to time, we will consider some of these observations and feedback that are coming from the stakeholders. I just want to give a comment on the initiatives that have been put in place for people who are bringing in the toxic chemicals. The Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries has a whole department on crop inspection and certification. And I know that we've put a number of strategies on how to handle this. I know that we've also put in place a number of regulations to try and curb the vice. We will all appreciate here that it is very hard to do away with inorganic fertilizers, do away with other chemicals because of the nature of our country. But again, like I said, the ministry also has a goodwill of promoting organic farming, regenerative agriculture, because we've seen that there are more benefits in doing so. So these are in place. We have an arm in place through the Department of Certification and inspection. We have agriculture police. One of the key things that we really emphasize is that all these products should be registered in Uganda. And we have this profile, this list of all accredited profiles, accredited chemicals being sold on the Ugandan market with us as a ministry. You can get it online, but also if you feel there are some of those chemicals that are sold and they are not registered in Uganda, we can swing into action, either through enforcement, but also confiscate them in one way or the other. So that is what we are doing, and I think I beg to end there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I noticed that Harriet has a question, which I think one of the colleagues, I think it's to Julie, asked about research. How is the project including or addressing the research needs beyond what Creek is doing, what Naro is doing, what all the other non-academic research people are doing? What do you have to speak to that?
Thank you so much. The program is addressing the aspect of research concurrently with innovations by working with the higher institutions of learning. And one of the activities that is going to be implemented is a co-creation together with universities and scaling up of research and farmer research and innovations. At the same time, having student outreach programs that will support the research. But also the curriculums are going to be developed based on the practices that will be generated that need scaling up. But at the same time, work hand in hand with STI, Science, Technology and Innovation, to pick out those research and innovations that are farmer-led so that they are supported, scaled up, and certified. So the aspect of research is purely covered in the program, but also creating students' farmer platforms and also platforms where this research can be disseminated. And also the media. We are also using the media to influence the students, the young generation, so that from the word go, they understand what RA and PURE is and how they can get involved. And it all begins with all of us as individuals. I think I would say that let it not only be for SNV, but we who have come here, we can also be the first people to integrate this in our day-to-day lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Engineer Liz, there are a couple of questions about biogas, and I intentionally chose you to come last so that Peace can look you straight in the eye. She's equally into the biogas promotion, so speak to all of us, because biogas is one of those old technologies that have been here since 1954, but we are still debating as if it arrived yesterday.
Thank you. I'll also respond to Mr. Emmanuel Mohozi and the lady from the organic farmer in Kayunga. Yeah, so actually all of you, all the energy questions, the challenge is the low access. Like you keep saying the farmers can't access, is the access to electricity. And in Uganda, actually the off-grid community is the majority. Of the 60% access, 40% are off the grid, which means this is where the renewable energy technologies are coming in to solve that access gap. So we have standalone systems, whether it's solar, whether it's biogas, whether it's, and the Quack products, you know, it's an open market. It's not regulated by government because it's open market. So that's where the problem of Quack systems comes in. And you have to just target equipment with guarantees and after-sales services to avoid that issue. But regarding biogas, like Dr. Nicholas has said, it's an established technology. The challenge may be awareness or the equipment. They can even be locally made. You can get a biodigester in your farm as long as you have the manure, the cattle, the waste, even from human waste, but there's a cultural issue surrounding that. But it's a very good solution. I saw some out there. Was it in the exhibition? Yes. yeah, I think they had put them in canisters. So there's some innovations. We can make them locally and access it, and use it to power our rural homesteads. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, I may not allow any more questions. Some people are very tired, Some of us have ulcers, others have pressure, so we cannot stay long without having lunch. Please bear with me. So I just want just a quick one. Peter, 2026 is just a few days from today. What do you think would be one action or priority that your institution will focus on to ensure advancement of RAPUA in the year? What one? Just one.
As a Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, we only want to commit our total support in terms of policy environment, in terms of promotion of the regenerative agriculture practices to the project. We will provide support, technical expertise, and we will ensure we disseminate the technologies out there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Richard, what's that one action you see that come next year? Is it going to be the profiling of investment profile, undertaking the investment profile? Is it something that you see that as UIA, this is what we are going to do, and this we see will advance the uptake of RAPUA in 2026?
Okay, thank you very much. One is development of investment opportunities to attract the investors to manufacture and assemble here. Number two is to do strategic linkages with financial institutions, do risk so that we have affordable and access. These farmers can be able to access, but also we shall have matchmaking, linking these businesses to the users. Sure. Because we have that program of cluster development, we work closely with the farmers where we support farmers to access technologies for agro-processing and value addition. So we'll be able to work with the service providers, linking them to the farmers or to the users.
Thank you. Engineer Liz.
So picking it from the energy policy, as I keep repeating, it's the PUE strategy and plan. We're going to develop it and implement it in 2026. Thank you.
Thank you. Gloria, from the global perspective, what do you see as action, and please also domesticate it to Uganda?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think we would love to see more companies adopt the Consumer Protection Code that we developed, endorsed by USAID, of course. But also, we would also want to work with everyone on this stage. Practice what we preach. Partnership, sure. Partnership, partnership. Looking forward to having more conversations with Carlos as well. See where we can support the government in terms of implementing incentives that are sustainable through data-driven policies and engagement.
Thank you. Harriet, from the side of the civil society organizations and the farmers, what do you see as what are you looking at as AXA come 2026?
Thank you so much. As AXA, I'm looking at strengthening farmer institutions because the strength of this program lies with the farmers and the continuity. So I'm looking at this as having strong farmer institutions that can implement RAPUA, but at the same time, awareness creation for the rest of the public to know, to adopt, but also to innovate in the space.
Thank you very much. If I were to answer that, I would say, I look forward to lunch. But I would say, thank you very much for being a wonderful audience. I want to call back Mildred. I don't know whether the panel will have a group photo. Yeah, sure. Let's have a group photo. So thank you very much for being a wonderful audience. I don't think the discussion ends here. Let's keep it running. Let's keep it going. Please get contacts. Get contacts of these dear people that have been sharing, and let's grow our social network. Thank you.
Let's give a bigger round of applause to our moderator and to all the panelists. Thank you for sharing not just information, but taking us back to class. Doctor was learning once again here. I don't know when you last heard the word mitochondria. Huh? Dr. Nicholas, you can say the truth if you had heard the last time you had had it. But anyway, we need to be bringing this to a close. Thank you so very much to each one of you. And of course to IKEA and SNV for making sure that this does get to start. This is the start. But the conversations that did come through on practicability, the conversations that did come through on how do we get to have, the areas where this is done practically, and the children and the schools, very, very important. But to be able to wrap up this conversation is yet another ministry. Apart from the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Water is very, very central when we talk about agriculture, because without rain, unfortunately, this is the reason we're talking about energy for food. Most of us depend on rain-fed agriculture. And in such a period is where we start reminding God that we need some droplets from above us. Water, very, very important when we are talking about agriculture and food. And ladies and gentlemen, to wrap up this conversation, allow me invite Mr. Dominic Banaga, who is the Assistant Commissioner Water Resources at the Ministry of Water and Environment, to weave up this conversation for us. Let's give him some warmth as he does come through.
Good afternoon once again. I must say you have been a wonderful audience. From the start, you have been very attentive. And I see you can even still go on, but I think we have to bring it to a close. Thank you so much. And I think that shows the interest you have in the program. Once again, I'm Engineer Dominic Banaga Muchunguzi. I work as an Assistant Commissioner in charge of Water Resources Planning and Management at the Ministry of Water and Environment. I'm a farmer. And for the last so many years, I've actually been working in the agricultural sector for the last 14 years. And those of you who are in the productive use of energy, you have also been seeing me there. So I'm really at home. And I must also say, I was part of this program when it was starting. So I'm very glad that I'm here when it is being launched. And I believe I will be invited when we are celebrating the achievements we shall have made. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude the launch of this program, the Power for Africa Partnership, I wish to sincerely appreciate SNV and all the partners that are here for initiating this program that aligns very strongly with Uganda's priorities, which include water resources management. As you know, there is no agriculture without water. Even renewable energy, I may also say that. But also aligns with issues of climate resilience and sustainable food systems. And today's discussion, as we have had in the last few hours, has shown that we need to connect water, energy, and agriculture. In fact, the nexus we are talking about, we needed to bring all the three together: food systems, energy, and water. If you draw the intersection, which I was seeing, water is always at the center. That's the reason we need to work together so that we build smarter, more resilient pathways for development. But this transformation cannot happen in isolation. That's the reason we need to work together. I therefore stand here to call upon all the stakeholders here present and the ones who are not yet here. We may identify them. That includes the government agencies, we have the private sector, development partners, we have researchers, including NARO and universities that may be here. we have financial institutions, innovators, we need to come up with new ways of doing things, and our communities, the farmers, the district local governments that we have, to work together. We cannot do this one alone. And it is only through such strong collaboration that we can ensure that our water resources are used productively. I think one of the things we need to look at is the efficient use of water. Let's use water productively, because we know one of the challenges they presented here was scarcity of water. We have, the rainfall is not there, so the little water we have, let's conserve it and produce more with every drop that we have. So, and our food systems should become more sustainable, and the farming households truly benefit from the clean and reliable energy solutions. Let's also take advantage of the waste that we are producing. Let's convert the waste into wealth, thereby even saving the environment, but also saving the little money that we shall have generated. And as the Minister of Water and Environment, we are committed to playing our part and supporting this kind of partnership, and also to be part of the drivers of this program, so that we can drive innovation and protect our natural resources, the environment, which at the end of the day, we are looking at and will support us. I once again wish to congratulate all of you for having participated in this program, and SNV and all the partners that we have. Let us move forward with collective purpose. We know what this project is about, and we need to achieve, so that we make the power for food partnership a success. We talked about research, using evidence. Let's use that evidence to do our planning and our development. And let's disseminate all the findings that we get out of this project. Let's not have the findings in shelves or technologies. That way, that's how we shall be able to develop our country and our farmers. With those few remarks, allow me to declare this event for launch of the Power for Food Partnership officially closed, for God and my country.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Banaga. And after that official closure, I don't think that we have a lot more to go with. Just a few announcements. I hope we all have our lunch coupons. We'll be having lunch on the ground floor, so the restaurant is right below. It will be very easy for you to access it. Someone lost their key, and you could probably be looking for it. It's right here with me, or I will get it to the registry, just in case you dropped your key. Also, if you want to get more of the information and the workings that we've been with, kindly scan that QR code on your tag. You'll be able to receive all that information as is. Now we can officially say that it is time for us to start off the Power for Food Partnership, start off the work, and ensure that we do get to have the results. But also as we go, in case you need to append your signature to the partnership board, please do that. But I can't go without saying, recognizing, of course, the SNV team that has made sure that this comes to pass. Can we all stand up? The team from SNV, please. Can we all stand up? I know it's been sleepless nights. The team that has worked with Carlos just to make sure that this comes to pass. Actually, I will request that you come and we have a group photo. Because after, in 2029, we will be reminding ourselves and saying, this is how it started, this is where it was, and here we are with whatever will be coming through. So I'm going to request the entire team. I request Peace to come back, and also request all our partners on this program, all our partners to come for the very last group photo that we are taking. The sleepless nights have paid off. Thank you so much for putting up such a beautiful event and for ensuring that everything that we hoped for and dreamed for has actually will come to pass. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the team that has been behind not just the organization, but the very team that is going to be behind the work that will be done. So the SNV team, together with all our partners, please, wherever you have stayed, I will request Commissioner Banaga to please come and represent Ministry of Water, since our chief guest actually did leave. All our partners on the program, please, I request that you come back, and we have this memorable picture, so that 4 years down the road, we will be telling ourselves this is where it all started. For the rest of us, if you're going out, feel free to append your signature on the board, and lunch will be served. I've been Mildred Tuhaise, a pleasure hosting you. And of course, on sign language interpretation, we had Mebo Murungi. May God bless you all. Bon appetit. Until we meet again, have a beautiful lunch. DJ, as we take the last group picture and the penning signatures, feel free to entertain us. And journey masses after your lunch as you go back home. Until we meet again, God bless you. However, the owner of the key, please locate me, or the registry, the registration table.